Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you that we have a full house tonight. I'd like to call the regular council meeting for Monday, May 26th to order. Before I start, I just want to quickly respectfully acknowledge that we're meeting on the traditional territory of the Lekwungen-speaking peoples, represented today by the Kasepsin and Songhees nations, whose stewardship of these lands continues to this date. Item 2 is the approval of the agenda. And I have amended the agenda this evening. I've removed item 7.1 and I've combined it with 8.1 as they both deal with the same issue. And to respect the time of the public who have come out here in force this evening, I've reversed the order of business so that I'm moving Section 8 bylaws before Section 7 new business. This way we can get everyone to speak, get their turn to speak here tonight. So bylaws is now Section 7 and new business is Section 8. May I have a mover and seconder to adopt today's council agenda as amended? Thank you. Thank you very much. Did you get that? Councillor Jensen? Councillor Grove? Any discussion? Seeing none, are any opposed? Seeing none, I'm going to move on. A couple of things that I have a couple of messages here. First of all, I'm just going to cover the property tax notices. They're in the mail, like the checks in the mail. Your tax notices are in the mail. I understand some residents have actually received them. However, the pending postal strike may delay delivery. I'm just saying, using that word may. The due date of July 2nd, 2025 for property taxes has not changed and is not dependent upon properties owners receiving their property tax notices. However, the city will make information available via other means. Staff have worked to allow residents to access their property tax information online using their address or folio number. We have confirmed many municipalities are using this approach and that privacy issues have been considered and information limited in which is publicly available and or determinable. To get the word out to property owners, the city will directly be updating residents via our city website, messaging on our voicemail system, and on the city social media accounts, as well as the Colwood Corner ad in the Goldstream Gazette. And the second item I want to talk about is I'm just going to first of all have, is it Kelsea that's doing it or is it? See you. Okay, sorry. And just an update on provisional housing targets. And just to give you a little background on this, these three certain bills came in. Bill 44, Bill 46, and Bill 47. And I was that guy that was saying, hey, this is bad, bad, bad. And then everyone told me, calm down, Mayor, it's not that bad. Well, it is, in fact. It has a major impact on all of us as citizens of the city. And I'm going to have Yasmin, our Director of Planning, just give you a quick update, an overview of what these bills mean and what they mean to us as a city. And then I guess I'll be talking about a letter that I recently received from the Minister of, I think he's Infrastructure, Housing. I don't know what he is, but Ravi Kalon. So, and that's included in our agenda package. So I'll turn it over at this point in time to you, Yasmin.
Thank you, Mayor. So as you pointed out, over the past 3 years, the legislation around local municipal planning has drastically changed. So the provincial government has implemented a number of bills that change the way in which municipal planning happens and takes place. So Bill 44, 46, and 47 set off a number of changes that are that really changed many meaningful aspects of how planning used to be done in the province of British Columbia. Bill 44 is trying to expedite or implement small-scale housing, so three-story townhome type development. Three-story apartments would also fit within these classification. And so Bill 44 has mandated that by the end of 2025, municipalities ought to entitle lots that were formerly single family or duplex lots with a minimum density of 3 to 6 units. And you are entitled 6 units if you are within 400 meters of rapid transit, which is, in our case, we only have the Blink service that goes along Goldstream and Island Highway. So anywhere within those 400 meters, single family lots and duplex lots are entitled a minimum of 6 units per lot. And that is not requiring a rezoning, that is an outright entitlement that we need to reflect in our regulations by the end of the year. Similarly, any lot that is connected to sewer, and this is the entitlement of units, is associated with a sewer connection. So if you are connected or in close proximity with an ability to connect to sewer, but you are not serviced by rapid transit, you are still given a minimum entitlement of 4 units. So there would be locations, for instance, like the one corner at Lagoon and Metchosin that we're discussing tonight, that would fall under the legislation. This is an R1 lot, so single family lot existing, that given its location and proximity to a next door like sewer connection would be entitled 4 units per lot. And because the lot is over 1,000 square meters and the legislation allows for lots to be minimally sized, they could come and subdivide that lot and create 2 to 3 lots to see an entitlement of 4 units per lot. So this is what small-scale housing means, with an entitlement of units outright without a rezoning conversation. This is where we would find ourselves at the end of 2025, and the minimum height being the 3 stories. So this is part of Bill 44. Bill 46 also mandated an upzoning of properties that are located within our transit-oriented development. So properties within that 15-minute bus service, they get a minimum height of 10 stories in a density that is 5 FAR, so floor area ratio of 5, without any parking requirements for residential development. So these have been some meaningful changes to upzone without the requirement for additional consultation or the need for any public hearing or input from the public. These are provincially mandated with a deadline of December 31st, 2025 to implement and align with a provincial mandate. Public hearings have also been substantially reduced. So we are prohibited from holding public hearings unless it's on a matter that does not align with the official community plan. Any other applications to rezone that align with the official community plan, we notify the public to participate at first reading, but there is no public hearing, so to speak. There is just an opportunity to share comments and thoughts at first reading, but there isn't that venue of public hearing opportunity any longer. I think in a nutshell, that summarizes some of the major changes that we've seen over the past 2 to 3 years, with very strict deadlines to comply.
Thank you very much, Yasmin. So the reason I wanted to bring this, make the public aware of this right now, is just look at it from our perspective right now. We're being micromanaged right now as a city. And I'll give you a prime example of what just recently happened. And if you look at the agenda, you'll see my letters attached to it. There were formal letters that were sent to me by the minister, Ravi Kahlon, and basically, I don't know if a lot of people do or don't know, but the city of Colwood has made the second list of cities that have housing targets that we have to meet within the next 5 years. So you probably heard the first batch were like Victoria, Oak Bay, Saanich locally here. And we were the second batch, and our target was, I believe, around 949 houses. Is that correct, Yasmin? Around that number. And so we had to, just recently, we had to submit a 6-month report. This is how we're being managed. And then we had to tell them how many houses we've got occupancy permits. That's when they start counting the number of homes. Well, we met our targets for the first 6 months. In fact, we exceeded our targets. And then you think everything was nice. So give me a pat on the back. The second part of the letter went along to reprimand me. I got reprimanded. City Council got reprimanded. Why? Because we turned down a development. Instead of 28 single detachment homes, the developer wanted to put 44 townhomes into it. So we went, no, it doesn't meet our OCP. So that was it. We rejected it. And then, believe it or not, a minister, a cabinet minister, sends us a letter telling us unacceptable. And we're watching you. So I just want to put some context into what every one of us faces right now. It's not fun. Believe me, it's not fun. And and I thought, I'm going to show you the letters. There's nothing that's confidential in it. I'm going to be very transparent that I'm doing my job and I'm trying to look after the city of Colwood. So I didn't care. I wrote a nasty letter back. I did. And you'll see it. It's there. And it wasn't a very nice letter. Well, to the best of my ability anyways. I just wanted to bring this up. And in the meantime, I've had 2 separate meetings with my own MLA and expressing my concerns, because the other big part of this is that they've given us these housing targets, but they've given us no infrastructure money. Figure it out yourself. It's on you. It's me. All of us that are taxpayers. Unacceptable. So I'm going to be a little bit dramatic here, but it's a bit autocratic. I'm sorry. And I kind of warned people that I saw this coming, and it's happening now. And then they just introduced Bill 15 and Bill 7, which even gives them more power. And frankly, I'm concerned. I mean, and right now we're trying to manage everything as best we can without them stepping in. So what they've done with 2 of the municipalities that have not been playing with them fairly, one of them I will reveal to you is Oak Bay, because they've been in the news, and they've basically assigned a municipal advisor or a municipal adjudicator, and they're watching everything that they do. So the bottom line is that if it's in your OCP, you better be doing it, or we're going to come in and do it. And that's what the situation is. And I'm not pulling anyone's legs here. It's so frustrating. I've tried to keep quiet about this because I've been trying to deal with this, but it is very, very, very frustrating. So, that's basically the message I want to give here. So I think I had to express this. My door is absolutely open for any citizen to come and meet and talk to me about this. I can give you a lot more details on this. I'm available by phone, but email me directly. But yeah, come talk to us. Any one of us is available to talk to you. So anyways, I just wanted to bring this out because I think it's very important. I wanted to keep this in context with what we're about to discuss tonight. And we're trying to do our very best. I can tell you, I've just been pounding my head against the cement a little bit. I can tell you that. Councillor Day.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask staff for some further information to come forward to council from the report that you just asked to share. Under Bill 44, it does say a significant implication for Colwood is that properties not connected to municipal sewer will be exempt from the SSMUH requirements, meaning no changes to these large lot septic service single family neighborhoods. These neighborhoods will remain as is, and new secondary suites or ADUs, additional dwelling units, will not be permitted. Now, I read through Bill 44, and it does not speak to not permitting suites or ADUs on septic service lots. So I just wonder if could we get planning to bring more information back to Colwood, because that's a significant implication for some of our older neighborhoods.
Yes, absolutely. So we can bring more information as we are trying to better understand the implications for Colwood and where our sewer kind of sit and what are the lots impacted by the changes that will need to be reflected by the end of the year. So yes, we can clarify those expectations. Some of them are implicit and some of them are explicit. I would say that the sewer conversation is about the value proposition of making sure that we incentivize development where we want it and not where we don't want it. And so making sure that we are seeing density located where it's connected to a system. And given that the vast majority of single family and duplex zones are out of our control to keep as single family and duplex, it falls onto those properties on septic to become those maybe more the existing neighborhoods will retain that character through not enabling additional density, if you wish, because the rest of single family and duplexes could see height and density that is out of the control of council or staff at some point. But there will be, I would say there are some options within Bill 44 as to how to implement, and the conversation on how we apply it to those properties on septic will be up to council to decide. If we continue to currently, we allow accessory dwelling units and secondary suites in single family. So we already enabled 3 units in a single family lot. Is that still appropriate given that the higher density is going to be predominantly located in sewer with already 4 to 6 units? It's a conversation for council to have for sure as we advance the work on Bill 44.
I bring it up because I did receive a letter from a resident with concerns about the issue. And I just think I wanted to flag that for the community. It's an area that we need to talk about. As many of you know, I was on the disabilities committee for many years. And when you have a child with a disability, it sometimes can be some pretty hard choices that you have to make about what their future will hold and how to provide affordable family-oriented units within the property that you already own is sometimes the only way you're going to be able to accommodate some of those family needs. So I did look through also VHA's rules for septic systems, And there's quite a bit of area there where you can validate what you're actually capable of supporting on the property that you have. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to item 4, which is the adoption receipt of the minutes. May I have a mover and seconder for the adoption receipt of the minutes under section 4.1. Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson and Councillor Grove. Discussion? Seeing none. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Go to public participation. I see a lot of new faces, and I love this. I love new faces. And it's great to see the participation here. So I just want to explain the rules to everyone because there's a lot of misunderstanding and frustration because, and so I just thought I'd just go through the process of what public participation is. First of all, this public participation is an important part of our democratic process. Believe me, I love hearing from the public. Wish there was more engagement. And really, this time is to provide you the opportunity to share your concerns and questions to council. It's, we really appreciate this engagement. I can speak on behalf of everybody that's sitting up here at the table. We're just like you, we put on our pants like you do, one leg at a time, every day. And, to facilitate participation, we only have 20 minutes because we got other parts of business that we have to take care of with the city. And that part is just allocated for public participation. It's a full room here. We can extend the time. It just requires majority of council to approve this. But the rules, the speaking rules is that every speaker only gets 2 minutes. And that's because of the number of people here. And so, but basically there's a lighting system. You come up and you push that there's a little button on the speaker. You can come up and speak. There's a green light that is lit up while you're talking, and then you'll see an amber light at 30 seconds left, is it? And basically that's when you know you have to wrap up. And then when the red light goes off, it's time's up. So you can be extended, but that takes a unanimous decision by council. Everyone here has to agree to let you extend. So tonight we just did a little bit differently because we knew we were going to most likely have a full house from the emails that we received. And believe me, we read all those emails. I read every one of them. Can't comment on them until we actually get the motion actually read to us, because a lot of us are not on the planning and land use committee, so we don't get to see it. So to a lot of us, it's brand new. The reading material we get is the same thing that you get. So, but the bottom line here is the only thing that we require you to do when you come up to the mic, we just need you to confirm your residency. If you can give your name and your street address. If you don't want to reveal your street address, if you could just pass it off to the corporate officer after, that would be great. If you don't want to reveal that for privacy reason. Priority is given to Colwood residents. And while we encourage an open and constructive dialogue, there is no debate. I think that's what confuses a lot of people. I know some people come up there and they think we should be debating, but there is no debate. You see all of us with our pieces of paper, we're taking notes. And, and if there's something that you say here that triggers something that someone wants to make a motion on, they can absolutely do that after consideration. And the other thing that, of course, we welcome is the written submissions. We welcome them right up to the day of the meeting. The comments that we have, if you get them into us before the agenda is published, we attach it to the agenda tonight. And all those that we receive after the publication of the agenda, we append it to the agenda for tomorrow. So every one of your voices is seen and heard. I just want to make sure that everyone does understand that. And we're not all answering every one of the emails, but we're reading them all. We see them all. And because, when we get to debating it, then that's when we have to start making decisions. So I just thought I wanted just to step you through that process here tonight. And just for those that are new, we haven't been here before. if there's, any matter that has already been subject to a public hearing, and in this case, bylaw number 1700-10, the Colwood OCP number 1700, 2018 amendment number 10, the environmental development permit area as amended is prohibited at this meeting because we've already had the public hearing on that. But I don't think anyone's here for that tonight. Anyways, at this point in time, what I'm going to do is I've decided to split this. I was going to ask those that are not specifically talking about 3333 Metchosin Road. I'd like to welcome them up at this time. And when we get to the item on 3333 Metchosin Road, which is item 7.1, I'll welcome everyone else that wants to talk to it at that point in time because it'll be fresh in our memories. So when we actually get the bylaw introduced to us. Okay, at this point in time, can I ask if anyone from the public wishes to speak, not related to 3333 Metchosin? Please come on up. Oh, you got a delegation. Oh, are you speaking on your delegation time right now? No. I'm gonna I'll call you up again in a second, Mike. Thank you. So anyone that does not want to speak about 3333 Metchosin, going once, going twice. Oh, please. Mr. Willing. Oh, there's a push the button.
Got it. Oh, that's much better. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Just a quick item, which is the question of feeding of birds, I believe, which was going to come up tonight on the beach. The concentration of birds on the north end of the lagoon is becoming unsustainable with the avian flu that's not very far away from us. In fact, it's in Saanich, it's in several places. It's a perfect breeding ground down here for exactly that. And the avian bird flu has transferred over to animals, and we've had one or two instances of this in Canada where it's transferred over to humans. This is a perfect breeding ground for that, and I think it should be cease and desist, please, through education, through bylaw, or whatever else. That it's just like a Chicago stockyard down there, except this is something that's very, very bad news for us if this thing crosses over. And being proactive rather than reactive, I think, is important. We've seen enough pigeons. We've seen enough of 17 or 18 loaves of bread a day or whatever. And I think it's time that we put our feet down and said, no more, and just spread it out. You want to feed something, a little canary in your backyard, fine. Oh, and I have less than 30 seconds. So thanks very much anyway. And I know you got a busy night, so I don't want to keep you up. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Wayne. Okay, anybody else not wishing to speak about 3333 Metchosin? Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to briefly just state to Mr. Willing, if he was attending the meeting tonight to learn about feeding of the birds and the animal control bylaw update, that will be coming soon, Mr. Willing. At the next meeting, we'll be addressing that. So in case you are here tonight to learn about that, it's not tonight's meeting, but I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Olson. Okay, I'm going to move on to delegations. Is Inspector Rose here? Oh, you're hiding back there. Welcome, Stephen.
Good evening, Your Worship, Council, staff, and community. I believe, Your Worship, not to steal your thunder, but it may be the case that Council attended to see my inaugural presentation here at Colwood. In addition to the rezoning bylaw, I think that's later on the agenda. So first off, thank you for having me this evening. I have the pleasure of presenting a quarterly update on behalf of Superintendent Preston, who finds himself vacationing in a place fairly desirable right now. I'm disappointed, but we all take our turn. So what I'll do is just cover the highlights here of what's been happening over the past quarter, and then certainly open the floor to any questions from your worship or council. I will note that the first quarter report covers the period of January 1st through April 30th. And as displayed here on the screen, I'll just hit some of the highlights. The first one is that year to date in 2025, we've got about a 5% increase in overall calls for service in Colwood, totaling 1,786 on the year. If we go to the next page, I don't know if yeah, there we go. The total founded calls a little lower, but up 2% over last year, so 1,292. And then the pie chart at the bottom sort of reflects the contribution that Colwood makes to the integrated detachment of West Shore. So specifically, it highlights that Colwood calls for service amount for about 22% of our overall work to date. And those files. And I will note that with the current 24 regular members that are funded by the municipality, that accounts for 19% of our resources. So currently, and this tends to ebb and flow by a couple of percent per quarter or per year, but currently there's a little greater demand in Colwood than there is resources to the overall complement. Next page, we'll speak to violent crime. So between January 1st and 30th, founded complaints are up just shy of 30%. We've seen an increase since last year from 84 up to 108. The most common offenses there include common assault, harassment, and uttering threats, which are broken down there on the bottom chart. Moving over to property crime, we have seen a decrease in that, which is always great. We've had a drop of about 11%, so from 167 calls down to 149. And the most common ones there include shoplifting, mischief, and then just general theft, theft of property, so theft under $5,000. If we jump over to the other criminal code violations, again, there's been a slight decrease. So this is anything that doesn't get captured by those other categories. I will note, and you'll see the really long blue bar, which speaks to fail to appear. The reason that that appears in Colwood and not necessarily the other municipalities is that, of course, the courthouse is situated here in the community. And it's often asked, well, does that skew our data? It does in one respect, but we can explain that. But each of the other communities also has a similar entity that draws or calls for attracts calls for service. In View Royal, of course, they're impacted by the hospital. So the Royal Jubilee there, and any calls for service at the hospital or clients brought there by not just West Shore, but the other surrounding police agencies, cause the data for the municipality there to increase. And similarly, Langford is impacted, and that's because the detachment is physically located there. So when people come to the front counter to make a complaint or a report, often it's that address that's used on Atkins. So that tends to push their overall calls for service or demand upward slightly. If we jump over to drug offenses, you'll see a very slight increase, just jumping from 3 to 7 total calls, although in a percentage, and we know math can be manipulated. So it looks like a really big one of 133, but we're talking just a very small increase in total files of 4. The next one is mental health calls for service. So this continues to be a substantive consideration and involvement in most of our police files. You'll see that 24% of the mental health files, the overall related files, 24% of those were from Colwood. And then you can see the portion of the other municipalities there on the pie chart on the bottom. Jumping over to traffic, we have seen a slight increase in collision files within the municipality. So 26% jumping from 56 to 71 in the first quarter. And that's actually in the opposite direction of the West Shore as a whole, which has seen a slight decrease of 2.5% across all of the municipalities that we serve, including the two nations. The heat map on the bottom sort of identifies where most of those crashes occur. And you'll see I'll draw your attention to that section there with the orange and yellow in the top right corner with the number 24. That's the Sooke Road, Goldstream Avenue, and Whale Road intersection there, which of course is a very busy one with a lot of traffic and vehicles moving around. It appears we've also been reporting on the Latoya Road VMP intersection. So on the next page, you'll see an accounting of the total calls there. In 2024, we had 6. 2025, we've had 4. So overall, a fairly low number of calls for service. The table on the bottom is the total traffic files on Latoya Road and Latoya Boulevard. You'll see the two tallest ones on the far left actually reflect the proactive enforcement that we do. So that's when our municipal traffic section is posted, generating file based on spending a minimum of 30 minutes there conducting enforcement. So we've seen a slight increase between 24 and 25. And on the next one, we've got a snapshot of the tickets and warnings that have been issued during the quarter. The total in Colwood, it speaks for itself. Tickets, there was 135, warnings 141, totaling 276. And the 3 taller lines on the left reflect the West Shore as a whole. You'll certainly see that tickets and warnings are about the same number. And the reason for that is sometimes simple education and conversation can deter or change behavior. We are big believers, myself and the superintendent, that not everybody needs a violation ticket to change their behavior. Sometimes it's just about drawing their attention to what they've been doing or why that's unsafe. And as you can see, the stats certainly reflect that we try to issue as many written warnings as we do tickets. Jumping over to the next one is cybercrime. Again, slight numbers, but also in the right, trending in the right direction with decreases. So a 53% decrease in cybercrime related calls, and the West Shore as a whole saw a 35% decrease. With that, the last couple of tables simply identify specific changes by file type. And I won't, in the interest of brevity, go through all of those, but if your worship or council has any specific questions, I would certainly be more than prepared to answer those. With that, I'll jump over to just a snapshot of what we've been doing from a community engagement perspective, and then some of the files that have happened in Colwood over the past couple of months. First off, focusing on traffic, specifically, there's been 28 speed charges or violations issued, along with 36 warnings for speed, 14 no insurance tickets. Since the province removed the requirement for validation decals to be displayed on vehicles, we've seen a pretty consistent increase across the West Shore in no insurance. And it is harder now for officers to see that at first blush. In the past, you could just look for that colored sticker and know which year insurance was present on the vehicle. Now, of course, it requires an officer to query that license plate or use the technology that some of our vehicles have, the automated license plate readers, which do provide that result. But by and large, it takes more manual steps to confirm the validity of insurance. There were 5 drivers apprehended with no driver's license, several box 3s and box 2s. So box 3s are basically vehicles that are found on the roadway that are deficient. They have some type of minor deficiency, and so they've been directed to correct that. A box 1, however, is where that vehicle or deficiency is so substantive that it's unsafe to drive. As a result, those vehicles are usually towed and removed from the roadway at the time of the interaction. There was 1 prohibited driver apprehended and 18 other warnings and various charges. That's just from our municipal traffic unit. If we talk about our community policing unit and frontline engagement overall, we had members this quarter that attended the Vasaki celebration down in Victoria. We have members that took part in the Metchosin Fire and Life Safety Expo, where over 1,000 elementary students from across School District 62 attended and were spoken with about personal safety, and tips were provided about being home alone and how to deal with that. The Lachez Spirit Canoe Program is and has been launched again this year, and you'll see them out on the water down at the Gorge and of course Royal Roads coming up on Indigenous Day. We had 4 students from Royal Bay participate in police camp at spring break in March. Of the 50 from the region that were selected, 4 were from here, and we had 2 officers assigned for the entirety of that 7-day program as camp leaders and volunteers. Although just outside of the reporting window, I would like to draw attention to the barn dance that we recently hosted and the success where we sold out that event and raised just over $7,000 thanks to the generosity of the attendees in the community for the Cops for Cancer and Tour de Rock that will be happening this upcoming year. We have 1 rider this year, which happens to be one of our 2 nurses as part of our mental health teams. She is a survivor and is looking forward to that activity this upcoming fall. Our community policing officers participated in the Red Dress Day walk with School District 62 students. We also had our frontline officers and investigative support team attend Royal Bay a short time ago as they arrived for their dry grad event. Again, to put a positive face to making wise choices. The Mother's Day event, being the annual Sarah Beckett Memorial Run, was very successful again this year with just over 450 attendees running, and fortunately the weather cooperated with us. Following that, I'll highlight just a couple of files of interest that have happened recently. Going back to April 1st, police initiated an investigation after receiving a report of a historical sex assault against a minor in the jurisdiction. On April 2nd, there was a report of a male with dementia who was actually putting his family at risk of physical harm, which required intervention by officers and led to the apprehension under the Mental Health Act. One of the frustrating parts about this one, in addition to that community member who needed assistance, was the wait time at hospital for triage. On that file alone, we spent 8 hours and 20 minutes in Emerge awaiting a physician. This continues to be a challenge that we work with the emergency rooms on, which is trying to get a timely assessment after the apprehension of any clients in our community under Section 28. However, on average, we're sitting at about 2 hours and 30 minutes where officers have to wait to be triaged and then have that client assessed. And we know that that's not the best place for that client who is in need of supports, is sitting handcuffed with an officer. Jumping over to April 6th, we had a report of 2 males physically fighting and yelling on a balcony in an apartment building at 300 block of Whale Road. Members attended and subsequently arrested an individual from that residence who unfortunately spit on one of the arresting officers. But fortunately, there was no harm incurred by that investigator. On April 8th, there was a report of a male in London Drugs who was on conditions not to be in any London Drugs in British Columbia. And then shortly after, another report received from Shoppers Drug Mart of a male matching the same description as committing theft. Fortunately, we were able to locate and arrest that individual and hold them in custody to appear for a bail hearing. On April 13th, we attended a single vehicle collision in the 2800 block of Ocean Boulevard. April 21st, in the 400 block of Whale Road, we had a report of an intoxicated male wandering around knocking on doors. Members attended and subsequently found the male who was arrested on the strength of various outstanding warrants. We obviously thanked that individual for inviting us. to address some of those outstanding court matters. April 16th, there was another collision between a vehicle and a bicycle on Ocean Boulevard near the rec center, and that resulted in the issuance of a violation ticket. On April 16th, we attended a report of a theft at the London Drugs and subsequently found the accused person to be in possession of other break-in enter tools that they were prohibited from possessing as a result of current court conditions. That individual was arrested and held for bail or for a bail hearing the next day. There was a report of a collision on April 25th between a pickup truck and a motorcycle, again down on Ocean Boulevard. On April 26th, there was a report of a disturbance in the 3600 block of Citadel Place, and we subsequently arrested an individual for assault and mischief in relation to that. On April 30th, there was a report of a sexual interference allegation against an adult toward a youth, which remains under investigation at this time. On May 3rd, an off-duty officer observed a vehicle hitting a pedestrian and her stroller, which had a child at the intersection of Lagoon Road and Metchosin Road. Fortunately, it was at a low rate of speed, so injuries weren't sustained, minor injuries, and a violation ticket was issued to the operator of that vehicle. On May 6th, there was another single vehicle collision at a gas station on Whale Road after a vehicle had jumped a curb and gone into the side of the building. Interestingly, it was a matter of unexpected medical issues for the driver. Certainly nothing criminal, and we were able to get that individual over to hospital for care. We received a report of an erratic driver on May 8th on Cedar Crest Drive, and upon locating that vehicle, which was about 3 a.m. in the morning, so just again reminding that we do have officers out and about on patrol throughout the jurisdiction when our residents are sleeping. In this instance, it led to the apprehension of a drunk driver, and a 90-day immediate roadside prohibition was issued and a 30-day vehicle impoundment. On May 9th, we received multiple calls about an individual who was yelling and screaming that they were going to kill people in the area of Trumpeter Street and Curlow Road. Members of Tenant subsequently arrested that individual for a disturbance. May 11th, there was a report of a possible impaired driver in the 3100 block of Ocean Boulevard after a Keene resident observed that the driver was slumped over their wheel after driving somewhat erratically. So members attended and interacted with the driver. Although there was no alcohol on board, some field sobriety testing was conducted and it was found to be an impairment by drugs. And that resulted in a immediate roadside prohibition being issued. And the last one I have, which is just in recent days, we received multiple reports early morning of May 25th about a male who was throwing rocks through the front windows of various homes in the area of Clement Road and Allendale Road. That individual was subsequently arrested and, as at the time of my presentation tonight, remains in custody. The overall damage, although we're still calculating that from property owners, but the damage is going to be somewhere between $10,000 and $25,000 caused by this individual. I've noted that individual is and has been flagged as a repeat violent offender here in the province and in the municipality. So it's somebody that we do pay particular attention to when they're not in custody. And there we go. I believe the upcoming annual performance plan and objectives have already been discussed with council, the community at large, and we had a public opportunity for folks to come out and speak with the officer in charge and myself at the Langford Legion. And we also put that survey out publicly to gauge input on what our priorities should be for the 2025-26 year. They have been finalized. And so in the subsequent reports after this one, the topics that we'll be reporting back on include reducing organized crime and drug trafficking, reducing property crime, mental health, and our crisis response teams being enhanced, enhancing road safety, as evidenced by all of those traffic matters that I just spoke of, and lastly, deterring youth crime. With that, Your Worship, that concludes the formal portion of my presentation, and I'm certainly available to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Inspector Rose. I'm going to open the floor for questions from council. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Inspector Rose. Great to have you here. I think you'll be able to truthfully tell Superintendent Preston you draw a much larger crowd for your first performance, so that's pretty good. You briefly, I have a few things I've taken notes on I want to talk to you about, but first you did mention the event at the Langford Legion. I thought it was a great idea to get out and engage with the public. I mentioned it to the superintendent, but I'd put you on the spot here and suggest that maybe moving forward, if we do it again, that we rotate it through the community partners. Colwood would be happy to host next year's event. I think we are one region in the West Shore, but there are, city-specific issues, and I think if we had the opportunity to draw a crowd like this, or double or triple, and speak to Colwood-specific issues directly to the good folks that protect us, I think that would be well received. So what I did want to get to, first of all, I wanted to just thank you for the successes with the mental health teams. You alluded to it in your presentation that there's an increase in mental health calls, and that's a unique aspect of policing that I believe that we've been successful at. I've spoken with individuals at both CYMH, or Child and Youth Mental Health, as well as Island Health, and universally there seems to be really positive feedback about having nurses on the front line paired with with members. So thank you for that. Just on your presentation, I know the heat map on traffic incidents really showed that a vast majority of them occur kind of where the communities come together. And I'm going to take a stab at it and guess that that's during commute times. Whale Road, Sooke Road, Goldstream kind of area seems to be the epicenter. And I wonder if you have any mitigation strategies. Is there anything we can do to reduce that? Is it just a question of enforcement and driver education? So question for you there, if there's anything that this council can do to help.
I think again, visibility, right? Education, everybody knows what they ought to be doing when it comes to driving. Many have been driving for many years, having obtained their license when they were 16 or so. However, as life gets in the way and we run late, people drive quickly. They try to cut through yellow lights. They try to make that right-hand turn quicker before the oncoming traffic appears. So really it's about individuals being more cognizant of and aware of their own driving behaviors. It's the role of us to basically conduct enforcement when those behaviors are not demonstrated or followed in a positive fashion. So the municipality can certainly do education. I think in the last 6 months or so, we did an education along VMP, specifically targeting cell phone use. And I think that that's probably something we could also do along that corridor, because despite us having signs and police officers and volunteers highlighting that you can't use your electronic device while driving on VMP, 3 streets down, we had police officers who still observed people using their phone despite that public education. So it's one of those things, much like drunk driving, which over the years has decreased substantially through decades of education. This is the same. We need to collectively and collaboratively educate the public, on the motoring public, on the expectations of driving safely. And if they're not, well, the consequence is a ticket. So we can certainly work together on that. I would like to comment on one point you raised there, which was the public forum that we had at the Langford Legion. We've already had a discussion about the success of that and our desire to continue that moving forward. In fact, hosting events in each of the municipalities that comprise the West Shore Detachment. So we will certainly, and you will, see that again.
That's great. And sorry, my last question before I give up ground here. I know in the past, it's been brought up by Superintendent Preston, the member waiting times, it could have segued in with the mental health piece, but members having to wait at VGH in particular, or Royal Jubilee, with individuals that they've had to take into custody for mental health reasons. And I guess we'll put them on the spot, but the unwillingness of Island Health to step up to the plate and put in place security mechanisms that would allow that member to be freed up to return to our community. So are we still losing, patrol time or member policing time from our community to wait with patients in the hospital?
Short answer, yes. But I would identify it's not uniquely Island Health. There's statutory challenges to the ability of the local police of jurisdiction to absolve themselves of the responsibility once an apprehension has been made. So I'll clarify it. Under the Mental Health Act, if a police officer forms grounds to apprehend an individual who appears to be a risk to themselves, the public, or they're suffering from a mental illness, once they're apprehended under that provision, Section 28, the law doesn't allow the officer to release that person until they've been assessed by a medical practitioner at a designated facility. So here, that means we have to attend the Jubilee or Vic General, and they have to be seen by a physician because the law says so. We've explored alternatives and talked about other ways of releasing the police. In fact, we had an initiative not long ago. It was labeled by Island Health, Release the Police. They appreciate that they want to get us back out into the community and the communities that are funding us to be patrolling their town or city. However, the reality of the emerge, as anyone has seen here that's attended, is a backlog. And it's about triaging acute cases as they come through the door. With the challenge around obtaining, a family doctor, people are deferring to emerge. That's where they go for care that would ordinarily be taken care of in the community with a family physician. And as a result, we get queued. And so a mental health apprehension isn't as severe in the healthcare setting as somebody with chest pains, as somebody with an open wound, as somebody with, active bleeding. And that's simply the reality. Now, if the province were to modify or change the act to allow us to transition apprehended individuals over to, say, hospital security, well, then we could, and leave them in the care of those duly trained staff. But the legislation currently doesn't provide it.
Thank you. I appreciate that insight and education on it. I think it gives us some food for thought, maybe on what we can do in terms of outreach. But thank you. I'll concede there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Day.
Thank you. I'm going to try to keep it short, but I do monitor always for the connections that I see between increases in violent crime, drugs, substances, and mental health. And all those areas are up. Some are up more exponentially when you look at them as a percentage because they're not huge numbers to begin with. But there is this connection. And I'm just wondering are there resources, particularly for people who are involved in the common assaults, where you could refer people for help? Because it seems like maybe an area where that trauma commonality might need some support to get them into a better place so that they're not spiraling down. Is that something that you have in your toolkit?
What we have in our toolkit is victim services. So, we do make referrals to victims of crime post-offense, and they can then get support. The court has a very robust process post-criminal charge and conviction for pre-sentence reports and for directed supports, anger management, counseling, and protective conditions upon accused. Preemptively, it's a much more complex answer to try to address assaults before they occur. In the context of policing, it's our primary function to deal with that offense after it's occurred, and then to ensure that the parties responsible are protected in the interim and that the accused is presented before the courts for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. We certainly triage those cases, and where there's assaults or common assaults or assaults involving youths that, maybe a first interaction with the criminal justice system, we attempt to divert them wherever we can. That usually looks like restorative justice, where we bring the parties together and have them explain and understand the impact of those actions, which has had some great success. And certainly our website has some videos of prior successes where we've diverted youths involved in crime for the first time or young adults. But for those that are repeat offenders, and I spoke to the one, who hit Colwood there on May 25th, that's somebody who's not a candidate for diversion. That's somebody who needs to be in one place, and that place is jail. Now, it's not my role to decide how long that person stays in court, but it's certainly my role to ensure that our frontline professionals put together the best criminal investigation they can to ensure the courts and the Crown Prosecutor has the information available to protect the community at large from that reoffending. And I appreciate Councillor Day. That's not a direct answer to what you asked, because it would take a much more fulsome discussion, I think, about how to prevent common assaults, because the underlying socioeconomic issues that lead to parties involved or committing that particular crime are vast. And the parties involved are vast with all special needs and considerations. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, it just seems like some of the statistics speak to it kind of being a meat grinder of these things happen all the time, and they're proliferating a lot of bad things. The other thing I've heard from the community is about intimate images being shared without consent, and especially young people and their families being extorted for money because of those. And that's something I've directly heard from members of the community. So I just wanted to ask specifically about that, if there's any programming that you are following up on.
Our officers, as part of our school liaison program here in the district, are very active in preemptively educating and talking to students about what you refer to, which is sextortion. It's where they become friends, they may meet somebody online, and then they're asked or solicited for personal images. And then in exchange for the distribution of those images, or not exchange, I guess, they're then extorted for money so that they aren't exchanged or shared publicly. We have a lot of conversation with our youth, especially at the high schools through the SLO program, about not taking that image to start with. And it's really about educating and ensuring that families and parents and caregivers are also having that discussion. We're pretty naive. I think as I look around, we're a fairly similar demographic. And although we've now adopted technology, we didn't grow up with it. So we know what society and friendships and relationships looked like before we introduced cell phones with cameras. Unfortunately, young people now, 15, 16-year-olds that are trying to become part of social groups or build relationships that are based on technology primarily. We only have to look at the number of social media applications that are out there. They don't understand the longevity of that image that they share, which they think they're sharing with somebody that's private between them. However, it doesn't take long for those relationships to change with teenagers, and all of a sudden it's then being used against them. I mean, we certainly have some criminality as well around adults, right? Unsolicited messages from strangers that just send something into your email, you respond to it, you start to engage with this individual. Maybe you've recently experienced a divorce, maybe you're single, and you find this person intriguing. And so you start to exchange, and it doesn't take long for those intimate images to be sought, asked for, and then immediately used to try to extort you by getting cash. I didn't speak to that specifically. If you look at the data on those last 3 pages or so, you'll see reference to some of those offenses that have been happening that we continue to get.
Great. And my last request is just that when you are able to, if you could try to share with us some of your big, broad brushstrokes for the gang-related plans or results, wherever that falls best for you to share that with us, because it's a big initiative and I see it as a big problem.
It is. We've had great success here at the West Shore when it comes to organized crime. That's not to say it doesn't exist. Obviously, there are still drugs made available here. There is still organized property crime groups. that come into the area and victimize our local businesses and residents. But as a result of very definitive enforcement actions in the past year, you've probably read about the success we had, both an overt and a covert capacity, in interrupting the behavior of the Langford Savages. That was the largest organized group here in the area. We put a very concerted effort to ridding our community of that presence. And I'm happy to say that they subsequently closed shop and moved to Port Alberni. Now, displacement is not the goal, of course, because now another community simply has to deal with that issue. But we made it very known to those involved in that lifestyle that their behaviors were not going to be tolerated while they were in this jurisdiction, because our communities, all 7 of them, expect us to hold them accountable. And that's what we did.
Thank you.
Councillor Jensen.
Thank you. Thank you, Inspector. Some good stuff here, and I really appreciate it. The one, 2 questions flowing from the report here, and you mentioned to it, and I made a note about it. I'd love to see some metrics along restorative justice / John Howard Society, whatever we're using for diversion, and whether any files materialize in this community for next time around. Next was, it caught my attention, counterfeiting currency, 5 instances. I'm hoping that's counterfeit currency for pickup, not a counterfeiting ring established here in Colwood with multiple offenses.
Yeah, that's right. That was currency either found at a local business or at a financial institution that were simply surrendered to us for return to the National Center for Counterfeits.
It says counterfeiting currency.
It should be counterfeited currency.
Counterfeiting already done. I get it. Okay, thanks. And while you were talking there, it resonated with me that age-old discussion. I made a note to myself: delivered to medical practitioners. I think the actual wording in that section. It's been an age-old debate here whether that means we drive them to the hospital and high-five a doctor, or whether we wait in the queue, as you described. And I think you've described it quite eloquently and quite accurately. Round and round we go, because this has gone on for a generation or longer. I love your bit about warnings versus violation tickets, because I 100% agree that this isn't a revenue generation proposition for this community, and every opportunity to educate as opposed to issue a violation ticket, which can be quite costly nowadays, I think is great. Things that we can do, pending to Councillor Ward's ask of you. There was a signage issue that was raised with me recently by a member of the road safety unit, a speed sign, which we were able to quickly refer. It actually turned out to be a Modi stretch of the VMP, so it wasn't ours, but we were happy to facilitate. And so I would love to see a situation where your municipal traffic folks, if they see a situation where we're weak in signage that might aid in enforcement, we would like to hear that and a chance to fix that.
We do have Corporal Mike Jacobson, who's the supervisor in our municipal traffic unit. He does work with the area engineering departments if and when required, talking about traffic issues or traffic calming measures or signage, light operation, for example, at some of the intersections, again, to try to decrease the offenses committed just because people are frustrated with that particular area.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you for being here. And I'm sorry that Todd threw you under the bus and left the country. Thanks.
Thanks. Just 2 questions, Inspector Rose. My first question is, I know you only produce what we tell you to produce, and this is what you give us. But for a simpleton like myself, I look at the numbers and I'm trying to contextualize them because I don't know if that's good or bad. Is there a way that you can benchmark or something because I don't know are these good? Are they bad? Should I stay awake at night a little more? I don't know.
You're correct in that we give you what you ask for. So if the municipalities want the data presented in a different form, that's always open for discussion. Traditionally, it's very much trend-based, so year on year, and depending on the offense type or crime, it may be a multi-year comparison, so you can see whether or not those trends are going up or down or are new and emerging in a particular municipality. When it comes to the overall crime, I mean, I'll restate, the West Shore is a very safe group of communities. If you compare us to like-sized communities, both on the island and off, you will find that we generally trend below most types of offenses. Statistics Canada produces substantive reports that are all publicly available on their website, where you can see how we place in various crime types, violent crime, property crime. The crime severity index is one that's often referenced, and that allows you to compare yourself as a community or a municipality to others of like size. I mean, crime is a reality of society. I would strongly suggest that the residents of Colwood and the surrounding West Shore have no reason to be laying awake at night, awaiting, a home invasion, or to become the victim of property crime due to a broken window or a stolen car. That unfortunately is the reality in some communities in this province. It isn't here. And I think it's partly to do with the very proactive approach from a resource funding methodology that the communities have collectively worked toward, which is trying to stay ahead of the problems and ahead of the trends. And I'll go back to the creation and funding of a uniform gang enforcement task force. The officer in charge at the time, 2.5 years ago, said we need to get ahead of this before we become like some of the larger communities that had these issues roll in, and then it was too late once they were embedded. The municipality stepped up, they funded those opportunities, and you can see the results by way of the Savages moving along, what we were able to leverage with that proactive approach. Our mental health unit is no different. 2 years ago, I came before the municipal councils and asked for you to put your money where your mouth is, fund the officers up front, give me the bargaining chip to go to Island Health and then make the pitch for nurses. Their first counter was, well, you got to get officers first. Already done. They're here, they're funded, they're established. Okay, here's your nurses. And we're off to the races with that proactive approach. So as long as we continue to do that, Your Worship, I think we're in a good place.
Thanks very much, Steve. That's great. Thank you. Mike, your turn. This is Mike Reilly and Linda Mackie, and they're here to give us an update on their project, the West Shore Outdoor Pool. Over. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. We were really excited to come here tonight and give you an update of what we're doing with the committee and to continue to build and gather support for this initiative to build an outdoor pool in the West Shore that the Rotary will be raising the money for. But reading the room tonight, I know it's going to go on for quite a while, and a lot of these folks have some really important things to say. So we were going to respectfully request the opportunity to withdraw our discussion tonight and reschedule to come back again.
Sure. Thanks very much, Mike. Thank you. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you for having us. We'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to section 7 is the bylaws. Bylaw number 2056. That's 33333 Metchosin Road rezoning application. And is Kelsey, are you introducing it or? Oh, yeah, that's true. Sorry. Before we do that, I have to open the floor for public participation. Please, those that want to speak on this on this development. Please come on up, please. Jeez.
James Perry, member of the Planning and Land Use Committee, resident of Colwood, who just started. There are longstanding and justified concerns surrounding safety on Metchosin Road caused by vehicle congestion. The majority, but not all of these concerns surrounding this proposed development are pre-existing, not caused by it, nor demonstrably worsened by it once complete. But it certainly is a conduit for communication between the city and the issues that are present with the public. What I can say with confidence is that doing nothing will make safety worse. Colwood is growing, and preventing change in an already congested area is just as much a hazard to safety. Resolving the issue of safety will be multifaceted, but will assuredly require more space. Space for pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles to be stationary, as well as moving without overlap. Space that is often obtained when rezoning like this one proposed grants the city additional right-of-way. I've been observing some of the discourse on social media around this topic, and that is what's compelled me to appear tonight. To the members of the public as well as council members, I only wish to remind us all that we have a very powerful mindset, which is to first seek to understand, then to be understood. Understand others, understand our processes, understand the first and second order causes and effects of our problems and our solutions. The path forward is through debate in good faith with understanding about facts, with less assumptions, less conclusions, and less accusations. Property owners are allowed to propose plans. This proposal fits within the official community plan, a plan made in consultation and collaboration with the public, and a plan that mayor and council are compelled to adhere to as much as possible within reason as they see this agenda item for the first time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. Next, please. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ola Karpik, and I'm a resident of Colwood on Wickham Road. Firstly, Mayor Kobayashi, I want to say thank you for standing up to higher levels of government. Do not let them bully you. Municipalities run municipalities. The next thing I want to talk about is this issue. First of all, there's huge traffic issues around Metchosin and Lagoon. I just want to reiterate, we're dealing with left turns to and from Metchosin Road, left turns going to and from the bakery, left turns going to and from the chiropractor. Now, if we turn this development into a right turn only, what's going to happen is people going down Lagoon are going to be doing U-turns in Wickham Road. I live in Wickham Road, and on behalf of myself and my neighbors, I would love for you to vote no, please. Secondly, safety issues. The neighborhood children go to Sangster School. There have been a ton of almost accidents, near misses, and like the respected police officer just told us, only a few weeks ago, there was a mom, stroller, and a 6-year-old hit just on that intersection. Number 3, no parking. There's no parking anywhere. The residents around the area are patient and we do our best, but already people from parents dropping off their kids, picking up their kids are taking over the street, and we understand that, but there's just no parking for 15 extra spots. So safety, 2 years of interruptions for Sangster students is not something we want. What else am I missing here? Basically, we don't want this in the neighborhood. It's a bad idea, and it doesn't matter what the development looks like. Please say no.
Next, please. Yeah, you're hot there.
Attention, Mayor Kobayashi and Council. Thank you for this chance to participate. I'm opposed to the proposed bylaw amendment for rezoning from R1 to C9 to enable the development at 3333 Metchosin Road. The 9 zone would allow for a huge increase in density and traffic to an intersection already under stress. This unsafe, inadequate infrastructure must be upgraded before such rezoning is allowed. The new Royal Bay intersection with traffic lights, designated turn lanes, and controlled crosswalks is sending all its traffic to the corner of Metchosin and Lagoon Road. This is a designated tsunami evacuation route for the Lower Lagoon residents and is basically a chaotic free-for-all right now. As you know, this intersection is already busy with students and parents doing hundreds of daily drop-offs and pickups for 10 months of the year. It is also the main access egress for the Lower Lagoon area, which is itself expecting a massive development for completion of Pacific Landing and Ocean Grove. Now, coincidentally, they've started this morning on Ocean Grove. This area needs immediate restructuring to not only handle emergencies like a fire in Royal Roads or a tsunami, but also the added density that would come with a C9 designation. 2 7-year-old traffic studies from other areas in Colwood do not adequately portray what happens at this corner. A quick interim fix of a 3-way stop prior to remediation would be welcomed. I have had ties with this community for over 60 years, 20 of them at the Lagoon. So I expect and accept development, but it is your job to ensure it is updated for today and the future before increased congestion and density prohibits any changes to the intersection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please. Next speaker.
Sitting too long makes elderly people very stiff. I've already sent you an email. I'm Wendy Wilson. I live on Wickham Road. I sent you an email that you all got on Thursday, and it outlines the safety issues and the parking issues and the concern about the threat of 200 meters from this property also being given the same designation, which is just a nightmare. But I will send this around. These are photographs that were taken last Friday when there was a small paving job done in our area between 8 o'clock in the morning and 10 o'clock in the morning. And you will see in the pictures the amount of all the vehicles were on Wickham. There's no place else to put them. You can't put them on Metchosin. You can't put them on the view.
Construction was for all on the truth road.
I'm not. Sorry. I understand that it was happening on Metchosin Road. It wasn't a Wickham Road problem, but we had all the vehicles on them. We had 4 vehicles. One of them was a semi-trailer thing that a tractor came off of. That was a 2-hour space of time that there was no place to park on our street other than in the driveways. And if you come down Wickham Road and Maywell Place, you will see that there's already plenty of vehicles in the driveways. There's no room for more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'd like to call a point of order. I do understand that there's a lot of emotion in the room this evening, but we have a lot of people to get through, and I think it's really important that we enforce the rules this evening with respect to clapping. It's very disruptive for everybody that's in the room. There are some people that are in favor, some that are in opposition. It's also disruptive to council. We're trying to gather as much information as we can. So please, can we tighten this public participation up tonight?
Absolutely, I agree with you, Councillor Olson. So I will ask everyone just to refrain from that. Thank you very much. I'll push the button. On the base of the.
Yeah. Hello. I'm Carla Parks. I live on Lagoon Road, about 2 houses down from Metchosin. And yeah, I am definitely concerned about the parking. I'm concerned about the safety. I feel bad for the businesses around already when there is, especially when the kids are picking up or the parents are picking up the kids in the morning and in the afternoon. And I see like there's no parking for the businesses to get their business, right? The corner store and Royal Bay Bakery and the chiropractor, definitely the safety as well. Um, uh, yeah, that is the main access road, especially for police and fire. So that's another issue as well. I'm concerned about the noise from the building. For 2 years, they were going to say it's going to take for them to build. And another thing is like, what's going to happen is if any flooding comes my way, or when from their building, like if anything, like from the topography, like if anything comes forward down the road, because like we live on top of a hill, if anything, I'm worried, just worried about the safety and the 10th unit, especially with the parking, that's going to be a business. So where are they going to park for this business that they're going to operate, right? And I do have, I'm worried about, like for commuters, like it's hard for me to get out out from my driveway. So also, I just wanted to throw this out. If you thought about maybe building a gondola for downtown and out here to help with.
If I can get you to wrap up right now, that'd be great. Thank you. Next, please.
Hey, Mayor, Council, I'm Derek Dawson, a Lagoon resident for the last 18 years. I got 2 kids that go to Sangster, been a Sangster parent for 10 years now. And we've seen a lot of change. Seen a lot of change with the development out in Royal Bay, everybody coming down through Lagoon Road. It's pretty busy. We appreciate what you're doing for traffic calming, but I just don't think this is the right place at this time for this development. It's not huge, I get it, and that's kind of where I look and say, what's Rabbi Kalon saying to us when we're already upzoning like the Royal Bay area from 900 homes on the beach side up to 2,800 units now. Like, we're doing enough. 10 units beside a tiny little elementary school just isn't the right place right now. The near misses that the traffic guards get regularly, it's scary. I don't think enough people spend time just standing on that corner watching what happens during those peak hours. I recommend you do it. Take a look at what's actually happening to our kids and in those areas. Sometimes we got to push back a little bit on these policies with the province. You look at places like Sooke who push back. I think Maya Tate said it's a jagged pill to swallow because in the end they still had to eat it. But advocacy comes from you, and we're asking for you to advocate on behalf of us to say, when we don't think it's in the right place, please stand up for it. Right? This little school, maybe when it gets developed and becomes a bigger school, maybe that's the right time to start adding that infrastructure. Right now, it's just too small. Having all those cars, 15 spots, plus all the extras and the visitors funneling onto Lagoon Road is just dangerous. And I don't think it's the right time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Do I have to press this?
Nope.
Yeah, you're hot
Yeah,
there.
Mayor and Council. So I'm here on behalf of the people that live at 3332 Metchosin, which is directly across from this proposed unit. So Their question is, are these rental units that are being put in, and is there a lease limit on the rentals? And my question for myself is, why would you take single resident areas, disrupt that whole area, when on the corner of Veterans and Sooke, you've taken down the trees and the other homes that were there to put in a car wash, when there was tons of spaces there where you could have built a lot more spaces and units? That's it. Thank you.
I think we can answer that quick one. There are rental units, are they not, Yasmin?
No, they are not rental units. And just a clarification, Veterans Memorial in Sooke is a mixed-use employment center. So it has a different land use designation under the official community plan. That's why it's a commercial use as opposed to solely or entirely residential considerations of that particular intersection.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, my name's Allison Dean, and I'm on Lagoon Road right next to the proposed development. So we have a unique perspective on the challenges to that particular location, and of course would be adversely affected. That said, we'd like to invite council to visit the proposed site plan with a measuring tape in hand and take a really good look at the development, including the proximity of the driveway to the stop sign, how close the building would be to the road and school, and what 2 years of construction would look like for elementary school kids. We would like for council to envision how a C9 zone in this area would look like in the future. The area is designated to a neighborhood hub, which is supposed to be comprised of sensitive infills and neighborhood scaled commercial uses to make the area more walkable. C9 zoning includes restaurants, but will it also include bars and outdoor patios? Is this the right area for this hub and this development? With the close proximity to the elementary school and at a corner where we are all well aware of the challenges, this is a problematic area to develop. Before any consideration is given to C9 zoning or development of this size and nature, this needs to be considered, especially with existing roads and the lack of adequate lanes. The proposed development is neither a sensitive infill, nor does it have much of a commercial aspect. The plan states it has a potential for commercial use space of approximately 500 square feet. How will this contribute to making the area more walkable for people in the neighborhood to enjoy goods and services? We hope that the council will think long and hard about the needs of the neighborhood and the community, and if this is the right time for a project of this type. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Come on.
The green button.
No, you're hot
okay.
now.
I'm Peggy Marcoux, and I live on Holser. And I've been working at Sangster Elementary School now for 1 full year. I'm part-time crossing guard on that corner, and I'm with my friend Julia Snook, who is full-time crossing guard. And I urge each and every one of you to come between particular times and stand and watch what we deal with every day. And I understand progress and we need to build, but that, like Derek Dawson said, is not the right time and it's not the right place. Safety first. Our kids are our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Roger Kubierski. I live at 3331 Wickham Road. I'm a 39-year resident of Colwood. I look out my front window at that corner every day. The current state of that corner is very busy, very awkward for cars coming and going. I watch people dodging cars all the time. I personally yell at cars as they come up Lagoon Road and turn right onto Metchosin Road. I shoot for the eye contact, and very few people are always looking left to see what's coming. And there's a very high percentage of them that don't stop and don't adhere to the rules of the road. I got a granddaughter that's coming up, and she'll be attending Sangster this year. So my concerns are with that. throughout the day, the hot times, 8:30 to 9 o'clock, and when school lets out. A lot of people park on Wickham, I believe the chiropractor. That's their grace time. They allow pick up and drop off in their parking lot. It's very, very busy around there. So trying to get out of my yard at that time of day is problematic. And then again, when there's any festivals, be it the Down Lagoon, people coming and going from events in the neighborhood, it's tough. So 2 years impact on that school with construction, noise, and not just the traffic, but impacting the students trying to learn there for 2 years. That would be pretty big. So I'm not in favor of it. Not in favor of something going in there, but a large scale project that is just not the right fit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please. It's hot, ready for you.
Yeah, thank you. Eric Lemieux, I live at 3311 Metchosin Road. I'm not concerned about traffic and parking. It's already a problem, and Royal Bay is not even finished, so for sure it's not going to get better. I live just in between Sangster School and the forest. I know everybody there. We're about 11 houses. That's include my home house and 2 duplex. I know everybody, so I'm concerned about the sense of community that we're part of. I choose Colwood. I love the nature. I love how I can talk to people and people know me and I know people and we can get involved. I lived in high density area before. You don't know your neighbors. I'm chatty. I could know some people, but I would ask, and they don't even know their next door neighbor. You're so close to each other that your square footage is your own world, and you don't really want to venture out of that. So when you take a lot that is about the size of my lot and you want to build 10 units on it, what is that going to do? Personally, that's good. My personal equity going to grow because 10 units on a lot on my side, good for me. But for my community, I don't think it's a good thing. Personally, I don't want to wake up looking at a brick wall. And thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next, please.
Hello, Maureen Q, 3328 Metchosin Road, directly across from Sangster Elementary School. Everybody's spoken very eloquently. My concern, I had a development right around my property. My concern is with 380 Lagoon Road, who is right against the development. And I, from my experience, kind of thinking that this might go through. And if it does, I would like you all to protect and support that property as much as you can. A fence, what they need, whatever they need to mitigate what this development is going to do, because it is affecting the whole community, but they are the ones that are taking the huge hit for having car lights shining into their house as they park over and over. The kind of fence that's built, you need to support them to see that it's what works for them. Any planting to protect so that people aren't looking down into their home. The noise, what you can do about it, triple pane windows, like you need to, if you decide to go ahead with this and allow it go through, whether you have any control or not, please support them, because they are taking a huge hit, even though the whole community is, but they are. The development that happened near my property is very different. I'm well set back. I don't have those issues, but the lights need to be shaded down so they don't have lights going in. If this goes through, talk to them and make sure you support them with what they need, because once you okay it, I assume they'll do what is best for their development. And you won't have any more power, I'm assuming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please. I don't know. What's our time? Okay, so we're at 20, we're over 20 minutes. So we need to have a motion to extend. Yeah, can I get a motion to extend? Okay. Councillor Jensen and Councillor Jordison. And discussion, any opposed? Seeing none, we're going to extend our public participation period. Please, do your 2 minutes now. Whoops, you just turned it off.
Off?
Now you're on. Yeah.
Is that on? Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us this opportunity to express our concerns around this development on this particular corner. I've been living at 365 Maywell Place and in the community for over 20 years. And we are big walkers, and one of the reasons that we love Colwood so much is that it's walkable. This corner, however, we've put our life in our hands walking across with our dog. We've watched others, small children, lots of people almost get injured at this corner. The driveway to this development, from what the developer has said, is going to be very close to that entrance. They have also said that they will put in, or there's some discussion around putting in a right turn only into this property, which by default would have people turning down Wickheim and turning around at Maywell, because we're humans and we won't take the extra time to go down Hatley. There is also the fact that this is an access from the lagoon for the whole community, which is going to cause even more issues. The development itself, I believe, is too big for that space and is putting extra pressure on the area. If we could put in a light as a temporary measure, even to see if that would improve the situation, the neighborhood would be greatly appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please. Nope, you should shut yourself off there, Glenn.
I'm on. Mayor, Council, I'm Glenn Willing. I live at 3434 Grattan. I've lived there for 2 years, but I'm not new to Colwood. I lived in Langford for the last 50 some years. I was born, but that was my homestead, whatever. And now I'm here, but I worked in Royal Bay for 42 years as a shift boss, as a co-chair of the Industrial Health and Safety Committee. And we ran haul trucks across Metchosin Road, 50-ton loaders across Metchosin Road with two incidents in probably, I think about 40 years. We ran a very tight ship. This corner, excluding the present development proposal, has some glaring errors. And one of them is crossing guards. As a past president of the Happy Valley Home and School Association, we looked after the crossing guards on that crosswalk. It scares me that we are putting crossing guards who are not really qualified to go outside the box, who are directing traffic across Lagoon Road without hard hats on, without the full gear on and everything else. The school board needs to be held accountable, because if one of them gets hit in that intersection, there's going to be a huge investigation into how they can be outside, because they are outside the bounds of that school. There's one crosswalk and one crosswalk only that they can control. But the traffic is getting to be horrendous at that corner without this development. And I really support your position. And I think most of the people of Colwood would, to tell the government to take this and to take a long, hard look at it strictly from the safety position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Next, please.
I would like permission to speak on behalf of someone who sent me a message this afternoon because they wanted to be here this evening, but had obligations with their children. Would that be okay? It's from Brent Mikolas. I think that's how you pronounce it, at 365 Christopher Place. He has 4 children that attend Sangster and Dunsmore. I believe he said they walk, they're pedestrians, and he worries about their safety every day. He states that the school is already too full. It's gotten so crowded already, they've had to take away things such as the music room, and he says lost a great teacher in the process, to make it into a regular classroom. He says if it isn't big enough now, then you can't add more people and densify this area more than it already is. He also has concerns about the size of the lanes on Lagoon Road. I believe he's referring to the width of the road, and questions how you can have a driveway so close to the corner with vehicles trying to enter and exit on a corner that, as you've heard, is already extremely unsafe and problematic. So he believes that for a development, that the lot is too small or the location is not right for a building such as that on this corner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any, okay, yes, please come on up.
How do I do this? It's on? Okay, my name is Carol Briante. I have lived at 363 Christopher Place for the past 17 years. And I'm totally against this new proposal. Approval of this rezoning would set precedent against adjacent properties along Lagoon Road down to Christopher Place. If this amendment is passed, future rezoning and densification applications would be difficult to deny, leading to a piecemeal, uncoordinated development that undermines the community planning and livability. The increased traffic along Metchosin Road has led many travelers, commuters, to divert along Lagoon Road to Ocean Boulevard, both of which are valued recreational corridors used by pedestrians, cyclists, and beachgoers. The rising traffic volume poses safety hazards in the area that should not be prioritized non-vehicular access. Living on Christopher Place, it is a cul-de-sac, and there's only one point of entry and exit. During peak hours, it's extremely difficult to make a left turn or even a right turn onto Lagoon Road, and then there is Metchosin Road. In the event of emergency, such as a house fire or a forest fire in Royal Roads, when that happens, not if that happens. Emergency response would be very difficult for our local fire department, and it's dangerously delayed traffic bottlenecks and congestion trying to get out and away from this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I shall close this part of public participation then. Thank you very much. It's 8:20 right now. I'm just going to take a recess for health reasons and just a health break here for 5 minutes. And if we can reconvene at 8:25, please. Thank you very much.
Oh, good idea. You vote
Right, like. Okay, we shall move out of recess and we'll get back to 7.1. And Kelsey, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I will be giving a brief presentation on the rezoning application for 3333 Metchosin Road. So the applicant is requesting an amendment from the existing R1 zone to a new C9 zone to enable a 10-unit, 3-story apartment building with 9 residential units and 1 convertible live-work studio or commercial unit at the corner. The property is located at the corner of Lagoon and Metchosin Road with an existing single-family dwelling with vehicle access off Metchosin Road. It is across the street from the commercial hub, which includes Royal Bay Bakery. The property neighbors Sangster Elementary to the north and is designated as Neighborhood Center in the OCP, and more specifically, the Metchosin and Lagoon Neighborhood Hub designation. So the Neighborhood Center designation envisions small-scale mixed-use centers, and the more specific Metchosin Lagoon Neighborhood Hub outlines a maximum height of 3 stories and encourages uses geared toward neighborhood retail and service. The proposal meets the OCP policies for both Neighborhood Center and Metchosin and Lagoon Neighborhood Hub. So staff have created a new C9 zone, which enables the density envisioned for the Metchosin Lagoon Neighborhood Hub. The only property being considered for C9 tonight is 3333 Metchosin Road. The OCP notes the Metchosin and Lagoon Neighborhood Hub land use designation is applied within 200 meters of the Metchosin and Lagoon intersection. If properties within the existing 200-meter land use designation come forward to rezone, it is anticipated they will rezone to C9. When an individual or a group of properties apply to rezone, this same process would apply, including committee and council consideration, notifications, and public engagement. So the zone is intended to create uniformity and consistency within the Metchosin and Lagoon Neighborhood Hub and is consistent with policies in the OCP. A C zone is also intended to encourage small-scale neighborhood serving commercial uses as opposed to just residential use. A minimum 50 square meter commercial or live-work studio is required in the zone. However, an applicant can exceed the minimum requirement as they see fit. Permitted uses include a range of uses such as apartment, bakery, personal service, and retail store. Staff are also preparing amendments to the land use bylaw to comply with the provincial regulations of Bill 44, also known as the Small Scale Multi-Unit Legislation, or SMU. That would be by December of this year. While the minimum lot size is still under evaluation by staff, provincial guidelines recommend accommodating 4 units on lot sizes of 280 square meters or more. As it stands, the property could be subdivided into 2 or 3 lots, each permitting 4 units, resulting in a total of up to 12 units on the site. When comparing the number of units the property would qualify for under SMU, it is more density enabled than what is requested as part of this rezoning application. Increased density will be granted to this site under SMU legislation, subject to connecting to sewer, which does front the property. The development agreement includes road dedication in the amount of 2.5 meters along Metchosin Road to meet a 25-meter right-of-way to achieve active transportation goals. No road dedication is required along Lagoon Road, and the proposal as is provides right-in and right-out access off Lagoon Road. Staff encouraged the applicant to consolidate with neighboring properties to push the access further down Lagoon Road. However, they noted it was not feasible at this time. The proposal tonight is regarding the density, height, and setbacks of the height and setbacks, and the detailed design of the building and access will be determined at the time of development permit. Based on the current proposal, the Transportation Impact Assessment, or TIA, notes that no intersection upgrades at Metchosin and Lagoon Road are needed for this development. There is a mature tree fronting the property along Metchosin Road that is currently tagged for removal for city infrastructure. The tree as it sits today is on private property, however, will be considered a city tree once the 2.5 meters of road dedication is complete. The developer will be responsible for installing off-site works fronting the property. An additional staff report was presented to committee addressing concerns about tenant displacement. Staff recommended adding a condition to the development agreement that requires a form and character development permit be submitted to the city before issuing a demolition permit. This condition has been negotiated with the applicant in absence of a tenant assistance policy or bylaw. Submitting a development permit indicates a strong intention to proceed with the development. This condition aims to preserve existing rental stock and provide control over the timing of tenant displacement. However, the timing of DP submission does remain uncertain. Within that time frame, it is not expected that major repairs would take place on the existing structure. This could lengthen the time the property accommodates 2 families in an aging structure compared to creating new housing for more families. So council may consider adding the development agreement condition to the staff recommendation. A development notification sign was posted on both frontages, and the applicant hosted a neighborhood consultation meeting earlier this year. Notification postcards have been sent to properties within 100 meters of the site, notifying residents of bylaw readings tonight. Notification has also been published in the newspaper and highlighted on the website. So council may wish to consider the staff recommendation or any of the other alternatives seen above. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. The applicant is also here and has prepared a presentation, and they will speak next.
Thanks very much, Kelsey. I'm going to open the floor for questions. Councillor Jordison, please.
So I have, so I just want to, say that, before tonight's a presentation on the creation of a new neighborhood zone included in the OCP and an applicant's rezoning application to be included in that zone. So there's 2 things happening. And I think that's really a significant change for both this neighborhood and the broader community. And I have significant concerns about this bylaw and its alignment with the OCP. I have a lot of questions because I myself didn't attend the meeting this morning that was offered up to the rest of my council to meet with city staff to ask questions ahead of time. So bear with me with my questions. Usable open space, as per the definition on the land use bylaw, states that it's the means of an area available for safe and convenient use by occupants of the building. The usable open space on the slide, if you want to go back a couple slides, Kelsey, that'd be great. Maybe one more, just to the map. That one's great, yeah. So the usable open space appears to be the front yard. Is that a correct assumption? Thank you very much for the question. Yes, it appears to be in the corner. I understand that they're providing some garden boxes which would also be considered usable open space. So yes, that is that corner. And the bylaw proposes a minimum 5% usable open space. Is that correct? Yes, the 5% is just a minimum, and it remains consistent with other zones in the bylaw. And per the definition of any required usable open space, it must exclude the required front yard setback. Is that not correct? Thank you for the question. I'm happy to look into it further. Usable open space also does count toward balconies as well. At the time of development permit and building permit is when we would look deeply into the zoning regulations. At this time, based on the proposal, it does meet the 5% usable open space. I don't know how it could. The front yard setback proposed at a minimum of 2 meters. The usable open space must also have no dimension less than 6 meters. And in that diagram, the way it's designed, how is that possible? How is it possible for it to sit on the property in a triangle like that? And the building front setback, they range from 4.5 to 7 meters. The total lot size is 1,160 meters squared. The usable open space minimum is 58 meters squared. The play space is 65 meters squared. So I'm not sure that this is meeting a requirement. It's irregular, and it doesn't look like it's no dimension less than 6 meters should be around the perimeter of it. And my other question is, how, from a qualitative perspective, does the play space next to an arterial road make sense, I guess? So the definition of usable open space that lives in the official community plan is part of a design guideline. And so a design guideline is not a bylaw requirement, is a recommended gold standard, what we aim for to achieve. When you look at our design guidelines throughout the OCP, you will find 300 design guidelines that all speak to achieving different elements within each building. And so we balance at development permit stage, like Kelsea mentioned, it's when we look at detail at the proposal and how do we balance and accomplish the vast majority of applicable design guidelines, and then we compromise on others that may be too challenging to achieve while still achieving the intent of the guideline, which in this case would be creating livable units. We consider balconies, we consider the location and proximity of spaces to park and pathways. There's all sorts of elements that we look at when we try to find and strike the right balance between the many design guidelines that apply.
Thank you. Further to that, I guess I just had a question for the finance department. In regards to the increasing Colwood's commercial property tax base, how does the space with being live work studios or for commercial, how does that work with our property taxes? And would we be potentially losing out on commercial property taxes by including a live work studio, or how does that work?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Ultimately, we would be looking at the maximum allowable land use of the space, and that would drive the classification of the property. So I don't have a direct answer for you on that as to whether or not it would be classified as class 6 versus class 1.
So my suggestion is that probably making the whole bottom commercial would be better revenue for the city in terms of that. And sewers, it looks like the zone is being specific to say that, like according to the city sewer map, that only properties directly on Metchosin Road would be adjacent to existing sewer lines. So how will that affect the greater zone when they go to rezone if they want?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you repeat?
Well, in order to put extra housing on these properties, they have to be connected to sewer. Down Lagoon and all in the greater area that is proposed for the C9 zone, there is no sewer.
So the only property that is currently proposed to be zoned C9 is 3333 Metchosin Road. What we are saying is that this is a template zone, and in the future, if properties within the 200 meters of this intersection come forward, we're not looking to create a city zone. So we are using the C9 zone as a template that it is embedding the minimum parameters of the official community plan as it pertains to the Metchosin neighborhood hub, which the 1.75 FAR is what the OCP intends. The 3-story maximum is what the OCP says. So we basically created a zone that reflects the neighborhood hub parameters. It doesn't mean that we are rezoning other properties along the hub, but that we've created a zone that incorporates within it all the parameters that the OCP dictates for this neighborhood hub. And so when and if properties, so the properties between so there's sewer all along Metchosin Road. So single family homes, duplexes along that length between, I guess, Lagoon and Sooke Road, at least that chunk, I can with certainty say that they are sewered. So they will, by the end of the year, have an entitlement of 4 units. Each of those lots can have up to 4 units, 3 stories in height, by the end of the year. That is the mandate. That's what will be happening along that stretch. And in this particular case, we are simply implementing under the C9 zone, the neighborhood hub parameters that are embedded in the official community plan.
So I guess my question is, we have an opportunity to create equality zoning here, and there seems to be a miss in that. This C9 zoning will be the new zone, and there's a lot of things missing in it that people are just going to be entitled to have it and do things on their property, and they're not going to need to have to ask for permission to do certain things because it's not fully spelled out. Like, for example, there's a climate component to 3333 Metchosin, but it's not specified in the overall zone. So like that's a big miss. Like, why wouldn't we include that? You know, it also says in the C9 zone that only apartments are to be built. It doesn't say you can have duplexes or townhomes. Like, why is that missing? In the zone requirement, it's just not making sense to me. There's a lot missing here that we could, it seems like we're just creating this zone to have this one approval, but we're not thinking about the overall zone. And this is the time to create a quality zone. Just trying to think of the other things here. Just bear with me. I just wonder if this is the right hub, if this is, I also feel that there's a huge miss here that we may have notified people within 100 meters of this development, but this C9 zone is we're doing this. So if we're doing that, we're doing this. So we haven't notified all those other people that aren't in the 100 meters. So I feel like the public is not fully informed. And that we need to, I think the city needs to take on advising, you know, people within the 200 meter zone, or people don't know that this is happening. So those are my comments. I guess I just wanted to wrap it up with, I really wish that a recommendation had come from the Land Use and Planning Committee. You know, as a chair of a committee, I encourage and welcome committee members to speak their voice and make recommendations, no matter what contention issues are brought forward. We don't always get it either, but it's important to encourage them to speak and to put a motion forward. And, you know, the last council meeting, that is why I brought an urgent matter forward to speak of the safety concerns of this corner, which was not supported by the majority of my colleagues here at this table. And further to this, I was publicly shamed by a member of this council to say that my motion was inappropriate in terms of notice and lack of content and timing.
Yes, Councillor.
Rule of conduct, it's not permitted to meet the several examples there, Councillor Jordison, but I would ask you to bring your comments back in line with what we're talking about.
Of course you would. Yep. So I just wanted to say that this is.
I'm going to have to rule with Councillor Ward on this.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Councillor Jensen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just want to circle back a little bit. I did make a list of questions, Kelsea, and you have touched on it, but I want to reiterate that if this were to not be approved, that the property owner would have the right to potentially subdivide to 2 to 3 lots, and then by the end of this year, the SSMUH, what is it, small single, what is it? I can't remember what it stands for, but the multi-use housing policy from the provincial government that has been imposed upon us, we could conceivably see an application for up to If it's 3 lots, up to 12 units. Is that right?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, that is correct. Once amendments come through by the end of the year, the applicants could subdivide into 3 lots and 4 units on each lot, so that corner could have up to 12 units.
So for me, the concern being that as a representative of the community, we now lose all control over the construction for that parcel. Things like parking. Right now, we have a parking standard which is being applied to this rezoning application. It's come forward, it's consistent with what our expectation is as a community. And we could see that parking evaporate if it moves forward with an application that's consistent with the provincial policy. Is that accurate?
Thank you for the question. So the applicants would still be subject to the off-street parking bylaw. This site doesn't qualify for the zero parking.
Okay, got it.
They would still be subject to those requirements.
So our parking bylaw would apply. But if it goes up to 12 units, conceivably, that means less green space, or, I mean, there's going to be more parking spots, so something has to give. That's not really a question, thank you. The other concern I have is, I mean, this corner is ripe, in my opinion, as a layperson, member of the community, for a land assembly. And I'm actually surprised that we haven't to date seen a proposal for a land assembly, because it is adjacent to the sewer, which is really the primary driver for this type of development. And if we saw, say, you know, a 2 or 3 parcel lot land assembly at that corner, which goes back to your, I guess, I mean, even if we rezone this and then conceivably that gets sold off to another developer who then accumulates the 2 neighboring properties, and that C9 would extend, then we could be looking at a completely different animal, which would be how big, how large, how many units. I know that's a very specific question. I'm asking you to give us your best guess on what we might be looking at if there's a land assembly in that corner. And what the potential of the OCP would allow for.
So the OCP will stay the same, right? So the maximum height and density for this hub, which would be, so let's say they acquire the lots to the rear, the maximum height permitted within those 200 meters remains 3 stories. The maximum density 1.75 FAR. The challenge with acquiring more land is that it doesn't give you a higher density to go higher. You can't, like, more land does not entitle you under this OCP designation to go beyond the 3 stories. So a 1.75 FAR will never be achieved. Like, it will be tremendously difficult. It's not possible to achieve our parking requirements in a 1.75 FAR when we have capped it at 3 stories. It's kind of hard to explain conceptually,
no,
but 175 at 3 stories, it's not, you can never max out the density.
Presumably, there would be more units would flow because it would be a denser corner. Is that a fair statement?
I guess if there is more land, there could be the option of more units. But in terms of density, if it's measured by FAR, it would never exceed 1.75.
I have a tough time wrapping my head around floor area ratio. I'm sorry. But you know, for me, it's more instructive to have a number of units, but I know this is conceptual. Is that area one of the areas in our OCP where someone can make application to go to 6 stories?
No.
Okay, thank you. So for me, honestly, it's like our feet are being held to the fire to take a decision with the big brother watching, as the mayor alluded to at the beginning of this conversation, and you did yourself, Yasmin. And I feel like I'm being asked to perhaps take a decision on which is might be the best of a range of not so great options. And that's the way I feel at this point in time. By losing control over zoning this parcel ourselves, we lose control of things like the ability to negotiate frontage improvements and ACCs, so community amenity funding and the like. And I just prefer, as a member of this community and as your representative sitting here, to maintain some control over what this corner looks like, as opposed to losing all control to somebody else. I heard loud and clear the issues of safety at the intersection. I think what we need to do, it behooves us to separate this particular application from the traffic issues. I circled how many times traffic came up, and it was quite a few. And quite frankly, I think that is responsibility of this city and this council to explore options that can increase safety at that corner. And quite frankly, I think we should move in that direction. And Mr. Mayor, if it comes to it, I have jumbled together a motion with regard to the intersection itself, separate from this application. But you can circle back. I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Day.
Thank you. Number of concerns that I echo with the community. First of all, I'd like to ask planning staff if you thought it was, would you ask a developer to provide a play space on a busy corner? Is that something that you would seek to find in a development?
So if it's part of our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, we certainly do have plans. There's definitely locations for playgrounds where we need them because there are denser neighborhoods that are in need of that amenity. Whether the location presents itself, we will seek to locate it where it's safest or where it provides the best usability. But there's certainly, I would say, our the highest growth area, Sooke Road, where we're adding density and apartments, and where we see approvals happening, those would greatly benefit from an amenity. And if they are called for in our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, we certainly negotiate them and seek to, a development permit, give them the best location possible. But I would say it's not necessarily the busyness of the road that dictates the need for the amenity, but more so the overall need assessment that we have done for the city of Colwood and neighborhood by neighborhood.
So you mentioned Sooke Road. There's Nellie Peace Park on Sooke Road, right adjacent to where a number of 6-story buildings are going to be built. Have you ever seen a child there? Because I certainly haven't. So I understand that it's difficult to say that's not what you want, but I think we have to be realistic about what our community gets out of this. And there's been a lot of hypothetical questions. So I'm trying to work from what's being presented to us here. The second question I have is that on the plan that's in front of us here, the garbage for these 10 homes that are being created is smaller than a parking space. Is that reasonable?
So as we say, like at rezoning stage, we're looking at high density setbacks, the broad parameters that make up the zone. So we haven't reviewed these to the level of a development permit submission. There's a lot of detail to be worked through to ensure that it complies with all our expectations.
But this is a representation of how they would accommodate what they're asking for on this lot, right? So they have to show how they get sewer, how they get in and out, where they would put their garbage. We have to at least cover those bases. And one of the many letters that we received asked, how do the garbage trucks get in to take the garbage away? And I don't know the answer to that. And so I think we have to ground it in reality, because when we're talking about a hypothetical plan with these regulations, we can't assume, I don't think, that it's this while we have a chance to say what we want, or we don't get to say what we want. I'm just very concerned about the proximity of that driveway to the corner intersection. Was it ever considered to have the access on Metchosin Road?
Thank you for the question. Typically, we would look for accesses to be pulled off of our arterial roads and put onto, well, this would be a collector, but even more so a local. In terms of proximity to the intersection, that's one of the reasons staff have required the right in, right out. So there won't be limitation of flow going into that. So if someone's trying to make a right into the development, that won't hinder someone trying to come through and make a right onto Metchosin. So no, our typical process would be to pull accesses off of Metchosin. Again, that interaction of kids walking to the school on the sidewalk, less of a conflict zone there again. Pulling it onto Lagoon is a net benefit from that standpoint.
And just further to that point then, I know that we have plans to eventually have a light at the intersection. And when we have a light at the intersection, will the crosswalk that currently exists for the crossing guards to help kids get to the school move to the corner?
Thank you for the question. That would be a detail we'd have to work out at the time of the design of the intersection. There's quite a few moving parts there, not least of which is space in terms of dedication and geometry of the intersection. So I wouldn't be able to categorically speak to that today. High level, I would suggest no, having the proximity on either end, but that would have to be evaluated, like I said, in more detail when we looked at that intersection.
Okay, thank you. And given that we don't have the geometry figured out for the intersection, doesn't that make it even more difficult by having the driveway access and egress on Lagoon Road there, complicating the number of things that are happening at the intersection?
No, as I said before, that's the limitation that staff have imposed with the right in, right out. Pardon me. So one of the things we've worked with the developer on, and these details will come out as we progress further, if we progress further through into development permit, building permit, but having sidewalk pushed right back and getting the geometry right for the frontage improvements that occur for this development. We're going to have to look at that more closely relative to the ultimate cross sections of both Metchosin and Lagoon, relative to potentially looking at an interim solution with cash in lieu provided, so that when we come and have the dedication required on Metchosin Road on the other side where the Royal Bakery is, and even potentially the dedication required on the other side of Metchosin, we're still short 2.5 meters on that, what would that be, the west side of the road there. Not to say again that an interim intersection treatment couldn't be done as well, but when we look at those aspects, that's what we look at relative to trying to fit in the frontage improvements that are required today, not doing anything short-sighted that handcuffs us in the future, so we get the end product we need.
Great, thank you. And the other thing that concerns me is the cost for the sewers. So the sewer enhancement fees are based on our existing capacities in our sewer system, and additional capacity that will be required in the future will cost a great deal more. So are our sewer enhancement fees going to cover the costs to provide sewer to these 10 homes?
That's a larger question. Thank you for the question. There's more detail to be worked out relative to furthering Colwood's allocation for sewer. As it stands now, Colwood has purchased a certain amount of allocation, of which today there's a portion of that available to this development or other developments, whichever one comes through the door first, whether that be existing Colwood residents or future Colwood residents, today developments or tomorrow developments. At such time as we approach our capacity or our allotment as purchased by Colwood from the CRD, we will have to work out with the CRD how to expand that and how to amortize and pay for that. Now, would that be all Colwood residents that are connected, only the ones that are going to be connected afterwards? Those are the details that we will have to work out as we move along in that process.
So there's a lot of moving parts, and currently the real push behind this is the provincial government pretty much forcing our hand with regards to single smooths, call it. I had it earlier, it's gone again. But the bigger factor, I think that's kind of a problem for our entire community is this is a major transportation corridor that is not been brought to the wider, bigger. I know there's a lot of people who go to Sangster School who've been informed through Facebook or other means, who've written in. More than 30 letters have been received on this issue. And that's engagement, but it's not engagement of everybody. And that is our evacuation route in the event of a major catastrophe on Sooke Road or Metchosin Road. It's also problematic from the perspective as outlined by some of the residents if we do right in, right out only for the development, because it's going to obviously create, none of us are well-behaved little citizens when we're driving our cars for some reason. We all are trying to hurry and get all of the many things done. And I'm just very concerned with the way that this is a really important corner to get right in terms of our transportation infrastructure, because more and more properties want to be located in the lagoon and those areas, and more development is occurring in Royal Bay and Royal Beach, and more development is happening along Sooke Road. So having that corner be pinched by the very, very first smooth that we do is really not sitting well for me. So is there anything that would give us any sense of hope for that corner being sufficiently sized and be able to address the deficiencies that currently already exist? Not their fault that those problems exist, but this corner is a problem. Is there anything that we've identified to make that better?
Thank you for the question. I would suggest the earmarking of a signalization at that intersection through our TMP, through our road DCC program. It's well acknowledged that only the metric of traffic flow, even just the metric of traffic flow, it is recognized that the signalization will be required at that intersection. And I would suggest now, through pedestrian movements and the school, we could look closer at that. One of the things we do have more recently is the ICBC crash data. So we do look at occurrences, we do look at what's happening in our community. So it's not just a traffic flow piece, it's also incidents through ICBC. As we had the RCMP here tonight, we work with them and their data as well. So all of these things come into play, and I would suggest if this was to be elevated by council or pulled out more specifically, staff could look at that and see how it fits in with the other capital projects, but it certainly isn't being ignored, if I could put it that way. There's many areas inside of Colwood with different situations, I'll say. I think one thing that this area has going for it is the posted speed. So during these busiest times, AM, PM peak, we have the 30-kilometer-hour imposement there. That decreases your, call it consequence. It may not decrease your likelihood, but roads like VMP and any crossings we have there, they don't have that luxury. We still have the 60-kilometer-an-hour. If you're in a you know, an incident in that speed, your likelihood of severe injury and or fatality is much higher. So there's a lot of things that come into play when looking at intersections and the solutions at hand. But your question specifically around this one, it would be signalization.
Thank you. And just to planning, with regards to the Transportation Master Plan, the Infrastructure Committee has been looking at what the lanes are that we require throughout that whole area, and has had a difficulty with identifying what our lane width ultimately should be through that corridor, and where the connection places should be. So with this change kind of being pushed on us by the province, should we not engage the whole of our community on that issue of the intersection, given that you're talking about this bigger change to our OCP and our transportation network?
So as part of the Transportation Master Plan, the update that is getting underway, we will provide as an input the implications of density as part of that work, kind of which lots are being earmarked for the 4 to 6 unit entitlement. As it pertains to planning for road width, Bill 44, 46, 47, a year and a half after those bills were adopted or made into law, came Bill 16. And Bill 16 is an implementation tool that highlighted the fact that, yes, without zoning, we lose our power to take road dedication. However, the province has acknowledged that was a big impact. Yeah, that was a problematic. So under Bill 16, we gain back the powers to gain negotiate road dedication at building permit. And so this is part of a conversation under Bill 44. The scope of work of the planning team includes looking at Bill 16 and coming back to council with a policy. I think much like tonight's residents were unaware of the impact of Bill 44 on their property and how they will soon have no say into 3 stories and 4 to 6 units on single family lots. They may be unaware that we can now take road dedication if they come in to build a shed or do anything that requires a building permit could trigger road dedication take by the municipality. So we are coming back to council with a policy so that it is public knowledge for the community what the triggers will be. Like, should a shed or a small addition trigger road dedication? And in some locations, like an arterial, we probably would take any opportunity to gain the full width. And some other more local roads, potentially we could wait until full redevelopment of those properties. So lots of moving pieces, but point well taken that there's a conversation to be had about with proactive planning or pre-zoning. Road dedication becomes a point of conversation.
Yeah, I definitely feel strongly that our community needs to put our road infrastructure not above housing, but it has to be a really important factor, because we can't even get buses to come here if we can't have roads that service them well. So I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a quick trigger finger, so it's not uncommon that I'm the last one to speak. So I'll try to keep it brief because I know that we still have to hear from the developers. But I just wanted to reiterate a couple of points that I made. You know, this is a difficult decision, especially when we're looking at a new zone in a neighborhood that has not experienced this type of development. So these ones are always difficult, the first ones. And while denial might feel like a win for some residents, it could lead to less desirable outcomes. And as Councillor Jansen alluded to, we could end up seeing multiple fourplexes with no commercial component, no climate action features, no amenity contributions, which could all be approved under Bill 44 if we're put in that position. But I do hear the concerns of the residents. We do hear you. I think that there's certainly more conversations to be had. This could potentially still allow us a voice in shaping what this neighborhood is going to look like. And so working with the development and the developer, you know, can also be a good thing. As far as the safety concerns, you know, we've heard over and over, that was the biggest concern for people. And Councillor Jansen, looking at maybe bringing a motion forward, if we're going to be bringing a motion forward to look at the safety at Lagoon and Wishart, we need to look at, you know, other areas of the community. I have a parent with small children that, you know, one that just about got run over by the car on Carindale and Wishart. So if we're going to look at the safety at Lagoon and Metchosin, we need to look at the safety at Carindale and Wishart and other areas of the community where our kids are walking. So I do believe that the safety is a separate issue from this specific development. So I think we need to keep that in mind. This development has just magnified the need for us to bite down on our TMP and tackle that in the next 18 months. So I just wanted to make sure I got my points across. I am looking forward to hearing from the developers and not really any questions for staff, just comments. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I guess, no, I'm always the one that gets to go last. So lots of good questions. I just have just a couple questions here. My feeling is that, you know, it's very clear tonight from the public. Congestion is a problem, right? And it's not, is it going to be made worse with this building? Well, it's going to only aggravate it a little bit, 15 cars, but it's a problem right now, obviously. Hence congestion, hence safety issues. That's how I see this right now. So I guess I'm hoping when you make your motion here, very similar to what Councillor Day has said, I'd like to see the options. How do we make it less congested? How do we make it safer? You know, do we put for example, just an example, do we put a left-hand, is it potential that we can put a left-hand turning lane on Metchosin to go down Lagoon? Do we not let them turn left out of Sangster School? You know, whatever the permutations are. I don't have the solutions. I'm not that smart to figure that one out. I can tell you that. But so it's having that and then using our model. You know, we developed our traffic model, and this is a great opportunity to use it on that one and prove it to the people. Like, prove it. And you know, I feel a lot more comfortable with that. So that's one issue. So you know, I hope your motion reflects that. But the second thing that I don't understand, and maybe I should wait for the proponents to do their presentation, but the 2-year time frame to build 10 condos, apartments, seems long to me. No, I've seen it. I've seen things go up faster in our neighboring municipality here. So I just went, wow, 2 years, 2 years of disruption. That's how I see it, but that's what I was told. So that's my question. I don't know if anyone's going to answer that one or if the proponent's going to talk about that. Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, is it it's the proponents are going to get up and do the thing? Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Peter Hartnell on behalf of 3333 Metchosin.
Oh, you have to push the button. There we go. You got it.
Thank you. Peter Hardcastle of Hillel Architecture on behalf of 3333 Metchosin Road. Difficult evening to follow, many opinions for you to balance, and I appreciate the complexities you now all have that perhaps didn't happen before. The official community plan identifies this lot as a neighborhood hub. Mixed-use buildings encouraged commercial presence on the ground floor, encourage multifamily residential uses on the remaining floor areas or above, and we specifically designed the building so it would match the description of what the community plan was. The existing property, basically built originally as a single-family home, is unable to meet those requirements, so it was removed from the consideration of amending that in order to come up with something that was viable, that did meet the community planning guidelines. We always wanted to respect from the very beginning those development guidelines, the existing neighbors around the property, the density around the property that is in height further along Metchosin Road, a need for mixed residential units, and our property development being proposed has far greater 2- and 3-bedroom models than smaller 1-bedroom models that are often proposed these days. It was tailor-made to this neighborhood in proximity to a school. And without compromising parking, we do follow the parking bylaw, and I'll go through tonight that it was analyzed in 2 distinctly different ways in order to make sure that we met the parking bylaw without a variance, which is permitted in the neighborhood hub. And where we could, save as many existing trees as we can, and if we can't save them, replace them with more than is being removed. The official community plan, this proposed development, yes, offers 9 residential units, 1 live-work unit with a density that is 0.76, where a neighborhood hub advocates 1.76. So tonight's proposal is far less dense than what could be proposed in the future, that could be proposed under new provincial guidelines as well. We're doing it as a 3-story building, and we're offering a mix of housing, so 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units, which is quite important. What has come up is that, yes, we notified everybody who lived within 100 meters of this property, which was the rule, which we followed exactly. We recognize this project being presented tonight is a trigger. It's brought out the conversation, the bigger conversation about safety for a school and the proximity to a busy intersection and busy roads. The architectural program that we have on the upper 2 floors features 2- and 3-bedroom units with internal stairs for these 2-story units. And on the ground floor, 4 1-bedroom units. Because they're on the ground floor, these are developed as those units that would be suitable for the physically disabled. So there are several layers of benefit to this project coming forward. The basement floor itself is not an underground parkade. It is not a parkade going to the full perimeter of the property. It is actually, the majority of this is a crawl space only, which makes the construction work much, much quicker as we come out of the ground. The center unit you see here in white is where we have a basement layer for a storage room for the residential lockers and bicycles for the unit holders. As I said earlier, we did review the parking for 2 scenarios, one of which was if this unit is a live-work unit, as we are advocating, as is part of our proposal, or if in the future, if this was a dedicated 100% commercial unit. We made sure that without a variance, the parking being considered on site is actually suitable to support both of those outcomes. But that parking facility itself, surface parking, not underground parking, is actually one of the features that is part of what you can balance tonight. Trade vehicles can park on the site. Deliveries can be made on the site. When concrete is poured, concrete can be poured by trucks on the site. It's a valuable contribution of a surface parking stall solution. The site plan considerations, the building footprint is very similar to the existing single-family home that's there now. We have proposed an attractive outdoor patio space, ground-oriented, and it is immediately adjacent to that intersection and focuses the commercial presence on Metchosin Road. We feel that this project is a gateway to Lagoon Road. Lagoon Road is a quieter road, is a more residential road. There is no presence of this commercial live-work unit on the Lagoon side. Purposefully, there is only the entranceways to the residents on that side. Under this development, all the new sidewalks, new bike paths, new street trees, the landscape boulevard designed to separate bike and pedestrian walkways from those busier traffic lanes is all designed according to the future road planning profiles, which I will go through tonight. It is something that has been reviewed by Colwood Engineering over a passage of many years, and this council has actually approved changes to those road corridors, which I will bring up on the screen. The project's achievements, what have we been able to do? We are bringing to the table 2 3-bedroom units, very suitable for multi-generational families, multiple outcomes. 3 2-bedroom units, once again, twin master bedroom and en-suites, very appropriate for multiple different lifestyles. 4 1-bedroom units on the ground floor, very appropriate for those that are physically disabled. A ground floor live-work unit as advocated by the community development plan. And 15 surface stalls that are provided is actually one of those resources during construction we can use to our advantage. And the design, I'm proud to say, has achieved 16.2 meters of separation between a neighborhood house closest to this development. We knew that would be problematic and designed that large a separation before speaking to the resident immediately adjacent. So the closest window, the closest entrance door is 16.2 meters away from a residence. These are the 2 approved road corridors, both Lagoon Road with its 5,000 trips per day and with Metchosin Road with its 10,000 trips per day. And yes, there is a center turning lane indicated in these diagrams for Metchosin Road. And the property development edges bounding on both of these roads have been designed in order to meet that requirement. So new bike lanes, new sidewalks, landscape boulevards to separate them and increase the safety from the traffic lanes. And it occurs with 2 new street trays on both properties. It's a contemporary design. It's offering contrasting finishes and materials, elements of warmth and wood and stone. But tonight's conversation doesn't seem to be about the architecture. It's about the number of units, the safety on the street, the proximity to a school. So the architecture that we have brought forward that you can see, those materials are equal on all sides, both on Lagoon Road and on the sides facing our closest neighbor on Lagoon Road, and even the same materials and same finishes advocated where it overlooks the parking facility for the school. I could take this time and summarize some of what we have done with setbacks, but I think it's even more important that we actually step even further and say, what have we achieved? What is the trigger that has brought up the conversation? And what were those 2 points? What we heard mostly tonight was parents' concerns over school safety, neighborhood concerns over traffic volumes. They exist today. I'm pleased to say that Colwood Engineering has already recognized in the past the busyness of the road and the safety in this location. And there is already city council approval for changing both of those roads. So both of those corridors do have new lane and sidewalks approved. Those were the 2 diagrams. What can we do during construction to make it even safer? As a parent, if I was walking to Sangster School and I was passing by a construction site, if there was rigid hoarding, I could then not consider that as much and focus my attention on the roads, the children, the bikes, the people. So we do propose that in our development plan, we would actually be very clear and would commit to rigid hoarding along that edge. Carefully scheduling deliveries. We know that it's very busy around a school, but it's very busy around a school at very set time periods. And it's actually much more defined than perhaps areas around our typical end of day and start of business day traffic. The school's traffic is almost to the minute. Avoiding that by a freedom of another half hour or so, and deliveries could come and go perhaps with little interference or lack of safety for the school. Carefully coordinating those property frontages work, making sure that this is undertaken during a school break, such as spring break, or if there's a period of time between the close of school and the start of summer programs, that's an ideal time to touch the road and to make it safer. For our direct neighbor on Lagoon Road, yes, we're offering a 16.2 meter setback. We're also going to commit, by saying it tonight as well, rigid hoarding on their side of the property line, on their property boundary, so that with rigid hoarding, can we make sure that the construction vehicles, their fumes, their noise, dust from the work is reduced? Can we also commit to a solid, rigid fence afterwards for the same benefit, for the same privacy? And by this diagram that we can see here updated, four trees being located along that property boundary to increase their level of privacy, with them having a concern with a 3-story building as close as it is to their 2-story building. We're happy to commit that. We appreciate the balance that you have to go through this evening. So we are here, our engineers are here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open the floor for questions from council. Councillor Jordison, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question about whether anybody from your group approached the next door neighbor to purchase their property at any point.
No, although we have heard this discussion point a few times, our property owners have not approached the neighbors. And actually, one of the discussion items that came up earlier this evening, if you amalgamate more properties and you increase property expenses, you might end up with a development far denser, perhaps needing to have underground parking in order to make those numbers work, as opposed to, this is 9 residential units, 1 live work unit, and because of its smaller scale, fits with surface parking. There are a number of advantages to it actually being a smaller development critically on this intersection, rather than a larger one, which complicates some of the issues that we have all been speaking about this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
Thank you. What can you tell us about the access and egress from your site? How do you envision garbage being picked up and people exiting and getting home to their home when it's a right in, right out?
All I can say was that our engineers spoke directly with Colwood engineers. We had a good discussion on the outcome. Certainly we are taking the lead from the Colwood engineers on designing that intersection. We will merely follow best practices as advocated by the city of Colwood. Mobile waste receptacles allow them to be taken from the rear of the property to an area on the property, more accessible to a truck entering. What we have heard this evening, interestingly enough, is a number of individuals saying that their driveways are so busy, it's very difficult for them to leave their properties. Because this is a surface parking stall arrangement, everybody leaves this property pointing out. Nobody's going to be reversing from a private driveway onto the roadbed. They are turning around on the property and always leaving with a full sight of the traffic ahead of them.
And just in terms of the right in, right out, how are people going to come home to this property if they're not coming from the lagoon side?
I don't know if an architectural firm can answer the question on how a car chooses to drive home every day, or what direction they're most likely to drive the following. the following day when they leave the property. We know from a data point of view, this intersection is not supposed to have a problem. From a data point of view, number of drives, number of lanes, number of cars, the school makes it unique. The road development that is planned will certainly alleviate many or all of those traffic issues. It's just not installed yet. So we're having a conversation about this one property when the road beds have been designed and approved for improvement for many kilometers of Metchosin for this full length of Lagoon Road. They're just not installed yet. So our project is a trigger. It's coming early. But I can't tell you what direction somebody is going to drive to and from the property.
Are you willing to contribute towards a center median barrier so that they can't turn left out?
Could I let our civil engineer answer those questions?
Hi, Kristen Machina. I'm a transportation engineer with Watt Consulting Group, representing the developer. So the access and the right in, right out configuration was something that we had negotiated extensively with municipal engineering staff. Our initial recommendation for this site in particular was because of the lack of alternate routes to enter the site, making a left turn in from Metchosin Road, our initial recommendation was to keep it a full movement access. Staff have disagreed with
Sorry,
this.
I didn't quite catch what you said. Make
Sorry,
it a.
our recommendation initially was to keep this as a full movement access to allow left turns in and out of the site onto Lagoon Road. Engineering staff have disagreed with this recommendation of ours, and right now their opinion is that because of the close proximity of the driveway to the Metchosin Road intersection, that there is potential for vehicles to queue back into Metchosin Road, which would present a greater safety issue. Based on our preliminary traffic analysis, which forecasts, for 9 units, it's 4 to 5 two-way vehicles entering and exiting the site during the period of an hour. So 1 to 2 vehicles entering the site over an hour. We don't see that as a significant issue for restricting left turn movements into the site. However, staff have maintained their position that they would like to restrict this to right in, right out. So the legal detour route to get back into the site by making a right turn only in, you would have to go all the way down to the south and then come back from the back on Lagoon Road. That's the legal way. People are people, so they might be naughty, and it may end up with them making an unsafe or illegal U-turn movement and further down Lagoon Road to come back and loop back in to make a right turn movement in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jensen.
Thank you, Worship. I did see that Watt recommended left turns, and I'm glad that our staff pushed back, and I think they're reading the tea leaves that if we get a queue of traffic going up the hill and someone trying to turn left, queuing up traffic going down the hill, I don't see how that helps the situation. I get it's only a couple times an hour or what have you, but I just picture mayhem in my mind. So I'm thankful for that from staff. And to the architect, I'll bite me and my arts degree. Can someone tell me what rigid hoarding might be, or provide a picture?
So if you had construction fencing, which was netting, or let's say chain link fencing, when we're talking about security and safety, children and parents walking along the side of something like that in a construction site, myself as a parent, I'd be glancing at the construction site and then the traffic and then back and then trying to see where my children were. Rigid hoarding, if you picture a plywood fence, it is an opaque and rigid boundary. Well, all of a sudden now a parent just knows that's a safe side. Where are the cars? And so a rigid hoarding or plywood, solid hoarding, not something that's flexible, not something that's netting, but making sure that that commitment is on our development permit drawing. So it's something that can be reviewed by planning, by engineering. and making sure that when parents walk by this small development, and I do think it's small as 10 units, won't have the impact that larger uncontrolled sites could have.
Thank you.
I just have one question myself, and this has to do with, has the team, including the transportation engineer, have you actually gone down and watched the traffic in the mornings, in the afternoons when the schools are up? Yes? Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. And I have no other questions. Councillor Jensen?
Thank you, Your Worship. Not specific to this application, but I thought maybe we get that business out of the way. I do have a motion with regard to the Metchosin intersection. Do you want that now, or do you want me to wait to the conclusion?
It's open right now because there is, the recommendations are pretty open from staff. They left it pretty open to what we want to do, actually.
So let's start chipping away at this. I did email a brief motion to you, Marcy, just in case it was needed. Sorry, I couldn't think of a better way to get it to you.
It's a great way.
And I welcome any friendly amendments that my peers may have, but this is specific to the intersection. I think we've heard loud and clear from the community there are concerns for the intersection. There's clearly a range of options to help mitigate some of those concerns. I would like to hear what those are because I don't know what they are. I've heard everything all the way up to signalization. I've heard about pickets. I've heard about signage. So let's just sort through and figure out what might be a suitable recommendation for this intersection. And I can keep talking. Marcy, how much time do you need? Thank you. But in essence, this motion is really just generated or intended to generate a conversation amongst staff and council with regard to that particular intersection. I don't want to make this, something that's extremely complex. But what I'd be looking for is ideas to increase safety at the intersection. Clearly, there's a range of options. Some of them may require minimal investment. Some, like signalization, obviously require significant investment. So I'd like to understand what the range is. But I would also like to understand what can be delivered quickly versus what might be a longer term solution.
Yeah.
Chosen
Could be
and
Lagoon.
Lagoon Road. Thank you. I accept your friendly amendment. That was probably my error. And that's about it. I'll yield, Your Worship. I would move that and look for a second, I guess.
Can I get a seconder, please, so we can get into discussion? Okay, Councillor Jordison. And Councillor Jordison, do you want to, I guess you've motivated enough. Okay, Councillor Jordison, please.
I just have a question about this motion. I know it says to come back with including costs and timelines. Who's going to pay for this?
Staff?
Yeah, this would be generated from staff. From the way I read this motion, that staff return to council with options. So we would look at the options, look at what the improvements are, where the financing could come from, what the triggers would be, what the short, medium, and long term could potentially be with all of those different phases of options.
Noting that this is triggered from a development.
And to add, this location is included within the city's road development cost charge program. So that would be a funding source.
If I could just say, there is background counts and background traffic that's as a result of other development. That's why DCCs are in place to have this and have incremental improvements so that new development pays the way and it's not existing taxpayers. So we'd be looking at that from that perspective is What's the DCCs have been collected? What's the project budget? What's the project total? And what's the short, medium, and long-term solution that we have in advance of the TMP being adopted by council?
Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern with this motion, Councillor Jansen, is really that my fear is that we move something like this and then we are going to have other members of the community come forward that say, we're looking into this intersection, but we're not looking into others. So that's just my concern. I'm just speaking out loud.
Okay, thank you, Council. It's a good point, Councillor Day.
Thank you. I think that is relevant, and I would also want to know when staff bring the information back, who else is contributing to the intersection? Because of course, all of our developments, all of Colwood uses this area. This has been an important intersection for a long time. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on Lagoon Bridge. This intersection wouldn't be important if we didn't do that. So, I mean, it's part of a bigger infrastructure system that we have. And it's important to know who's contributing and how much they're contributing. Because we want it to be fair. I don't want to put everything on this one developer because they're doing 10 units at this intersection. But I also don't want to allow this particular development to leapfrog forward when we don't have really all the money yet together to provide the proper solutions for this intersection. And I don't want this intersection to steal from somebody else's pile because there are intersections all over that need improvement. So we need to at least have a look at what we were thinking our timeline was, and does this change it? So I'm just trying to offer that as what I'm looking for. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much. Oh, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. I just want to mention through the DCC program, so it's all developments inside of Colwood. They contribute based on our DCC rate, which is all of our DCC projects divided by the anticipated units inside of Colwood. And that's how we get our DCC rate. So every development that we approve and that goes forward in Colwood contributes to the reserve fund. So all developments are contributing. Then inside of the DCC program, we have assist factors or existing benefit factors. I just happen to have it in front of me. This one is a 50% existing benefit. So that recognizes that existing Colwoodians are benefiting from this upgrade to Lagoon and Metchosin, and that 50% of the upgrade will be borne by the development community. So all those benefiting, or sorry, contributing to the DCC reserve fund. So I think it's important to mention too, relative to project order, timing of this project. The mayor earlier spoke to our traffic model. There's so many pieces that play into project order, and there's a lot of things that change over time. And Colwood right now is in a situation where we're updating our TMP, and I know you guys are getting probably very tired of us saying we're updating it. We have to finish it. So to get through that and finish it, a lot of that will influence project order in our DCC program. It'll influence our capital plan, things that we raise from that in the, are we going to do an interim solution at Lagoon? And then we recognize there's a larger solution later, recognizing all of the intersections inside of Colwood. We have a model that for traffic purposes, so just cars, it tells us about level of service of the intersection, but it doesn't account for pedestrians. So then we have to look at layers around, well, the voice of our community, our knowledge from public works and other people that are inside of the community, our internal expertise from engineering, what we see, and then there's the crash data that I just spoke about from ICBC. So there's a lot of pieces that come into play as we work through the TMP, not to mention land use and how we want to sculpt and work within our community and foster intentional and productive development. So I guess I wanted to just speak and say, we are looking at all the intersections. We're in this interim period where this one's obviously been elevated due to a recent incident that occurred, the development being a trigger to that. But Colwood has many intersections and many things happen inside of Colwood. And I think if anything, staff could put some time to bringing our process back to council to show how do we evaluate intersections? How do we come up with project orders? But that would be basically taking a little bit of extra time now, maybe not away from the TMP, but maybe away from the TMP, and showing you and bringing you in on that process. But I guess I want to say rest assured that we are looking at all intersections. We are trying to evaluate based on not just traffic flow, but pedestrian movements, intersections that we see high incident rates. That data is extremely valuable to us. And when we bring project forward during service review and when we look at our operational plan that our CAO is working on and collectively staff, those are the metrics and the data that we use to influence that. And perhaps staff could do a better job of sharing that with council when we either come forward based on this motion or at further service reviews.
And I also just ask, because we're really in this process of, we're feeling not very on solid ground with all the new housing bills that have been brought forward by the province. So our numbers have changed significantly from what we thought they were even a year ago, or 6 months ago, maybe. So I'm just wondering if, when in those calculations, are we using our most up-to-date numbers?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's always going to be a bit of a lag in all data. So we can look at trends and and that's where I say our engagement for the TMP and having the public come out to that, and why whenever we get calls about these types of things, we say, please send us, a Colwood, let's talk Colwood post so we can document it and track it. But as much as we can, we have our own counters. Engineering has counters that we place throughout the community. We try to distribute those so that we get updated data based on hotspots that we know about and things we want to influence or get data to influence decisions and make good decisions. The ICBC data is always a year behind. So right now, the hottest data we have is the completion of 2023. But again, that shows trends. That helps us understand, okay, what did COVID influence? How have we responded from that? Have we picked back up? What were we post-COVID? So we can look at all those pieces. But I think inherently relative to any data metric when we're looking at this, we can't, well, I guess we could, if money were no object, we could have counters at every intersection. We could have that live coming in and have a ton of staff to review that and manipulate and work with that data, but we don't. So we have the tools we have, and we feel, even from consultants that we work with and we share our data with to help do TIAs or anything else that we do in our community, we have a really good representation of traffic counts inside of Colwood. There's also metrics to take existing counts and bring them into today's counts. And then we can backdate and look at those and look at the accuracy of that. So there's a lot of pieces. When you see a TIA that says, oh, we've used data from 2019, well, it's not just using that data from 2019, it's using that data from 2019 and bringing it into 2025 by metrics of, okay, we know that we've had an overall transportation or traffic flow increase of 15% per year, whatever that might be. Scale it back up. Okay, this is indicative of what we see in 2025. So we try to avoid that and use current and up-to-date counts where we can't, or in the absence of that, if the development is a level 1 TIA versus a level 3, those are all the things staff work with to say, no, you need to get fresh counts, or we have these counts, or whatever we need to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, I'm going to jump here. Councillor Ward for the first time on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just question, I think, what we're trying to achieve here in some ways. Again, we're talking about a reactive piecemeal approach because of public pressure. And understandably, there's been very valid concerns raised by a lot of residents that live in that area. We have kind of a Venn diagram where we have community, livability and safety on one side. And on the other side, this notion of densification and infill and housing, and where it overlaps is traffic and parking and safety and and mobility, I guess, is the way to put it. So, this motion in isolation, certainly I heard comments from the other end of the table that opposition to this development was centered around setbacks and locations of playgrounds and things like that. Maybe that addresses your concerns, maybe it doesn't. But for me, the bigger question is the division of things. We have a major traffic issue. We understand that. We know that. We need, as Josh alluded to finish this master transportation plan and do it yesterday, so that any action we take here is part of a bigger model. We know that widening Metchosin was one of the outcomes that was, had the most favorable outcome of this model. And that involves a lot of things. That involves taking land back from Sangster School. That involves a relocation of a lot of hydro poles, changes to a lot of people's property. But we need to articulate a really clear plan rather than slap on another Band-Aid. The other question for me, I guess, is a little bit deeper. It's about what the OCP. So I've always taken the approach that I will generally support developments that are aligned with the OCP, but there's a difference between the letter of the OCP and the spirit of the OCP. And for me, what's missing in just this particular motion is, what is a neighborhood hub? When we look in the OCP map, we see neighborhood centers down near Olympic View and elsewhere. We have one neighborhood hub identified, which to me is kind of a legacy. Royal Bay Bakery, thanks to Councillor Grove, was well established there for many years. It created a little neighborhood center for folks to walk to. If you Google neighborhood center or neighborhood hub, you will find just a myriad of results that talk about it being a gathering place, a place for community, a place where there's services, resources, people come together. And with all due respect to the proponents, I like the development in isolation, but I ask myself, is this contributing to a neighborhood hub? I have my own history with that. I ran for council because I felt that my particular neighborhood was led astray from what we were led to believe would be a neighborhood hub, a gathering place for the community with services, restaurants and so forth. That the zoning was followed to the letter, not the spirit. And now it's a large apartment building with potential for one more and a little Tim Hortons, the smallest square foot Tim Hortons in the South Island, apparently. So I just question if we're, first of all, I think we need to split the two issues. There is an issue on the table of a development proposal that's before us, and we owe it to the proponents to give them clear, concise answers, and I think that's fair. And then I also think there's the bigger issue of this particular intersection, but how it feeds into the work that needs to come. There's 2,800 doors in beachlands, and we have we see what's going on in Latoria South. So this problem is going to not go away. And if anything, I'll just leave it with this, is that the outcome of this, I've heard people sort of anecdotally say, well, let's put in a traffic light there. Safety's solved, right? The school children press a button, light changes, and off they go. What happens to the traffic flow now from the beachlands and Royal Bay and Metchosin and points beyond as they head in on their morning commute or head home? Are we just exacerbating a problem? Now you've got angry drivers that are looking for other shortcuts. We've got people, detouring onto Hatley Drive. Sooner or later, you're going to have this overflow effect. So we need to do something, but as part of a big and strategic view, not a small bite. That's it's just not going to accomplish it. So I believe Councillor Jansen's coming from the right place with this, but I just feel like we're still missing a few pieces here. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I will probably have to agree to you because with you on that one, because Hatley Drive is a prime example. We say no right turns on it. So what did we do? We aggravated the problem on Lagoon, right? No one thought of that. Whoops. Anyways, Councillor Jensen, you don't want to talk anymore? Okay. Seeing no more discussions, do you want to make an amendment to that then, Councillor Ward, at all? Okay, please go ahead.
My proposed amendment would be to incorporate what Councillor Jansen has put forth, but as a more comprehensive discussion, I would propose that we hold a committee of the whole meeting. I would refer this issue, both the development and the transportation issue, to a committee of the whole to be scheduled the next available opportunity. I would defer to staff through the chair to determine what that date might be, but that way we can address perhaps a broader scope than just simply looking at the intersection in isolation.
Good point. Can I get a second on that? Okay. Oh yeah, well, sorry, yeah, I do. That's yeah, he's made an amendment to that motion. I'm just looking for a second for the amendment. Yes. Right? Okay, thank you. Councillor Grove. Have I done this wrong?
Sorry, we had a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Jensen and seconded by Jordison. So I didn't know if they wanted to make an amendment to it. Did they agree with the amendment?
No? Yeah, I think so.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I thought you were making an amendment to the existing. To this one. Thank you.
I'm just gonna, I'll pause out here. It's coming on 10 o'clock right now. I'm gonna need a motion to extend, council meeting. Thank you. And second with, Councillor Ward. Discussion on that. Yes. Oh, do we have to specify that, eh? I want to stay here all night. Let's see, let me just think. We have to get through. Let's give ourselves an hour just in case till 11 o'clock. Is that okay? Mover, seconder. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, move it. Thank you. That was a slow hand there. Okay, so, okay, yes, absolutely. Councillor Day, please.
Thank you. So we don't have the amendment up on the screen. I just wanted to mention that. And then I'll speak to the amendment once we get there. I know it's late and everyone's a little tired, so I'm just trying to help us stay clear and focused.
My apologies, Councillor Ward. Would you just reiterate it and I'll just type it as you state it?
Councillor Ward, sorry.
To refer, is it item 7.1 to committee of the whole? 8.1, sorry, to committee of the whole.
No, it is 7.1.
Sorry, 7.1, and concurrently direct staff to, et cetera, return to council with options, exactly as Councillor Jansen has there. It would be direct staff to return to council and then copy paste from the original.
If you just move that bottom sentence up to the top, it works.
No pressure. We're all. Gotcha.
So may I speak to the amended motion?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I just wanted to suggest that I think this is a better way that we've arrived at to do this. I know that it causes some delays for our kind developers who sat through a lot here tonight, but at the same time, it offers some comfort to the community who've come out en masse to voice their concerns, that they feel heard and that we have all of the facts in front of us when we take a decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other discussion? Going to call the question on the amended motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Motion carries. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, so now we're on the staff recommendation that was brought forward.
Yeah, that's right. The original motion, right, as amended.
Correct. And we've also, yes, amended it to add first reading afterwards. So 2 motions.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't understand myself.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. So you combined both of the bylaw reading along with the motion that was going forward here. Is this motion getting considered as well or no? Okay.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
No one's made that motion.
My apologies. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, can we move on to 7.2 then? Corporate officer, we're good?
Sorry, we moved the bylaw section there. So we've got the 2 other bylaws that are getting forward. So we have bylaw number 17-10, Colwood OCP, Community Plan Amendment, Environment Development Permit Area, as amended for adoption.
Okay, can I get a motion, please? Councillor Ward, seconder, please. Councillor Jensen, discussion? Seeing none, any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Then we have Sewer Local Area Service Enlargement Amendment Bylaws Adoption, Bylaw 2062, Colwood Main Sewer, 507 Perks, and Bylaw number 2763, Colwood West Sewer for 507 Perks.
Councillor Jensen and Councillor Grove, discussion? Seeing none, any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Okay, new business. 8.1, Councillor Jordison, please. Letter to School District 62.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, Marcy's getting it. So excuse me, the recommendation is that the city of Colwood send a letter to Sooke School District 62 notifying them that the city of Colwood is in the process of pre-design for an expanded roadway on Metchosin Road, and that the encroachment approved by council in 2011 will need to be removed by a specific date. And would you like me to motivate? No.
I don't think so. Pretty straightforward.
I'm just not aware of if or when or how, if they've been notified. So I just wanted to ensure that that was taken care of.
Can I get a seconder so we can discuss? Seconder, okay, Councillor Day. And Councillor Day, please.
Thank you. Just because I was on council back in 2011 when this was done, I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that, as always, we're making the best of a difficult situation at the time. We needed to have parking and able to get kids dropped off at school. We knew that it wasn't perfect, but what I've noticed over time on council is that the school district, similar to council, the collective memory gets lost with retirements and changes to the elected members. So while it probably is in their records somewhere, they may not be as aware of it. So I just think it's important, and it might be very appropriate for any, if there needs to be further discussion, that this come to committee of the whole as well, because the things are very much tied together.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jensen.
Thank you, Worship. Philosophically, I probably am in favor of advising the school district, but it's difficult to support a random letter without having a fulsome understanding of what the encroachment is, how it may benefit the school cadre at this current time when we may be years away from a redevelopment along Sooke, or I keep saying Sooke Road, but Metchosin Road. So, you know, absent those details, I'd be hard pressed to have the mayor sign a letter saying we're going to take it back because we might do something in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Day?
Sorry, I guess I should have been more fulsome, but you can see the property line is represented by the yellow line, which means that the parking that's facing Metchosin Road is our roadway. They're parking on our road.
Okay.
Their parking is immediately in front of the school. So that is what the issue is. As we need to widen this road and deal with proper sidewalks, cycle lanes, and turning lanes and all of that, they are already occupying our roadway space.
Just a quick question to the CEO before I go to Councillor Jordison. Is there do we have to give them so much notice then? Because we haven't even made the decision in our TMP what Metchosin looks like right now, right? We don't know if it's 4 lanes or 3 lanes or if we're leaving it as is, because we haven't made that decision yet, correct? So just, well, I'm just, actually my question's for Mr. Johnson. What kind of notification are we required to give?
Well, this would be a conversation with them, you know.
Yeah.
Did you know you're on our road right away? It was something that they likely were aware of in 2011. And as machinations and as people change, they might have forgotten that that's the instance. And we can also let them know that we're working through our transportation master plan and there might be impacts. And that's putting them aware that this is being used. It is Colwood right away. That's what I understand this is, but if clarification.
I think when we had that meeting with them, we mentioned that. But nothing in writing. We just said we may be doing something. So, okay, I just wanted to get that clarification. Councillor Jordison, please.
I just wanted to remind everybody that in 2011, I think it was in 2011, this motion went through and it was pushed through, and it was just to remind them that this agreement could expire in 2040. So I just think it's really beneficial to everybody to notify them that I think something has to happen on this road. I think we're all clear of that. So, and they're already in the right of way. So I just, the more notice, the better. That's my thought on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Ray. I don't really have an issue with it in principle. I mean, I think notice would be a good thing, but we don't have any firm plan to do anything there yet. And I'm a proponent of widening Metchosin Road, but I know we haven't established that yet. So I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I mean, if we're notifying them, would we not notify every other property owner down Metchosin that's potentially encroaching, right? So I just think when we arrive at a clear decision on what we're doing on Metchosin Road, then at that time, we should draft a letter and give them sufficient notice with dates and specific information about what our intentions are with the roadway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's great that you brought this forward for discussion. I also think that a conversation might be the best approach first before we send them a letter. I would hate to come across, kind of threatening, just, we want to take this roadway back. But I think obviously they know that that's going to come. I just think maybe a conversation with staff and somebody at the school district first might be wise, being that this is their staff parking right now. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jensen?
Yeah, that was very eloquent. Thank you, Councillor Olson. I was going to say, if this motion instead, let's start a dialogue, I'm all in favor, but it doesn't. It says send a letter and tell them what date we're going to remove the encroachment. I have a difficult time with that aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jordison?
I'm pretty sure the mayor can clarify that this discussion has already happened with Superintendent Paul Block, and that he is aware of it. So I was just trying to get it put formally into a letter, because we all talked about people that retire and people's memory and that sort of thing. And if we don't put it in writing, it's easily forgotten. And we also all know how the Ministry of Education moves slowly and how many schools each year that they do upgrades to and that sort of thing. So I think it's fair to give them the notice so that they can put it on their books and plan for it appropriately.
Thank you. Councillor Day, please.
Thank you. I was just going to suggest that rather than sending the letter right at this time, since there are a couple of things in the works, that we instead initiate the conversation. So I propose that amendment if Councillor Jordison would find that helpful.
Councillor Jordison?
I guess my question is to you, Mr. Mayor, has that conversation taken place?
It was just a meeting, semi 2 weeks ago. Yeah. I was with Mr. Johnson. We went over there. And really the question I was asking was, what's the future of Sangster? And by the way, and actually I didn't have to say it, I think he brought it up. Oh, by the way, our parking is in your right of way.
So I don't really, so I don't see the harm in putting in a letter. I don't think it's going to be taken in a bad way. I don't think it's going to be, I don't see a concern there, but.
I personally don't have an issue of doing it, but it's going to have a blank on the date though. I think, I could just confirm in writing to him that, hey, by the way, what we talked about the other day ago, I'm just giving it to you in writing now, just to think about it. I don't know when. I think I do think it's fair myself, actually. So I'm okay with the motion. We'll put something together. I really am. Oh, Councillor Olson.
No, I just wanted to add that I think that once we have the TMP established, we'll have a better idea of timeline as to when we need to take back that right away. And I think at that time, then we would be able to execute a letter with a date.
Yeah, I was going to just put a caveat in it. Actually, I was going to say, hey, by the way, when we discussed, just want to formalize it now and just give you a heads up. And by the way, I'm not going to give you a date until the TMP is finalized.
I think that's a respectful thing to do with the district. Yeah.
If you're all okay with that, that's exactly what I'll execute. Okay.
Need an amendment, or are you happy with that direction?
I'm happy with that amendment, with that direction. You guys are pretty rough on me. Okay, I do understand. I'm going to call the question. All those. Oops.
That's not what's written.
Oh. Okay, this is the staff recommendation, right? Or no, this is the recommendation, original recommendation. So it has to be amended. So basically,
Councillor.
yeah, please. Yeah, okay, Councillor Day, go ahead.
Thank you. Instead of saying that Colwood is in the process of pre-design, Colwood is working to finalize our TMP. And that the encroachment approved by council note, the rest is fine for an expanded roadway. We know we're trying to improve safety in this area. Right?
Yeah.
And that the encroachment approved by council in 2011 will need to be removed once we know a date.
Yeah. Perfect. Is that just a friendly amendment?
Is it friendly?
With that?
Yes. It's getting late. We're all trying to be friendly.
Okay, friendly amendment. So I'm just going to call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. Kelsey, the ALC exclusion, Colwood Creek Park. That was an eye opener. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So considering the time tonight, Both Ryan and I are here to answer any questions you may have regarding the recommendation that council directs staff to initiate an ALR exclusion application.
Yeah, so I do have some questions actually, because I got myself in a very embarrassing situation and I had no realization. So there is a dog lovers social media page for Colwood Creek Park. And all these people were, it was an embarrassing situation that I didn't realize that we had canceled the project and we were never told, like the council was never told about this. And then I guess what was really upsetting, you know, because I went, oh, that's BS. You know, no one came to me and told me that it was canceled. And in fact, it was canceled. And the only reason I found out it was canceled, that just on Sunday, I'm reading, I was reading your report and I went, oh crap, now I know why it was canceled. It was because it's ALR. And I guess my question is, how did we not know it was ALR? Like, how did that happen? I don't know. Please, someone explain this to me.
So the city has been aware that it was part of the agricultural land reserve. What we were not aware or did not understood prior to engaging the ALC in this conversation was we had historically undertaken park improvements because we understood park uses to be an exemption to the ALC regulations. However, as we undertake the planning for major upgrades, as it would be this washroom facility, there's a major investment. We have gone thoroughly reviewing any potential approvals or permits required to undertake such a large project. And in talking to the Agricultural Land Commission, we became aware that passive park uses are okay, but not recreational and more involved park uses. So a passive park, it's okay, but and I would say in our defense, it's only until we develop the Colwood Creek Parks Management Plan that we have really, is the first time that we have created a vision for what amenities we want to see in this park. And that is what has prompted the scope of the work that we want to see in this park to go from a passive, people walking their dog, to really amenitizing it and making a destination of this park. And it has crossed a threshold of the oversight.
Fair enough. So the water, you know, that water park thing they have there, so is that legal right now, or is that not legal? But by the look on your face, you've answered my question. Okay, so we're in risk. We're at risk here then. Shoot. Okay. Thank you. I'm not here to embarrass anyone at all. I just wondered how we got here. Like it's like, thank God someone picked up on this right now. Thank God. But you know, in future, it's a real good thing that you let us know real quickly, like really quickly, because didn't even know this social media page existed. It was someone that told me, and I had no idea why we canceled it. And the word was the council canceled it. Oh, shoot, I don't remember canceling that. I had no idea. Anyways, yes, Mr. Johnson.
Well, I'll take responsibility for that. That notification should have come to council, and we'll make sure that we do better in the future for this. We wanted this to be on an agenda so that council and the public were aware that this was an issue as this park is intensifying, that we do require approvals. We might have made some assumptions under that before, under what that is. The Agricultural Land Commission changes regulations all the time, and it behooves us to make sure that we're keeping up to date with what that looks like in our management plans and making sure that those management plans are approved by the ALC. We brought this forward to council so that the public was aware, so that we could make sure that you're aware that we're moving forward with parks amendments and plans. So
Thank you very much. No, say no more. Oh, you don't want to speak anymore? Oh. Okay, then I will go to Councillor Day right after that. Oops. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really struggle with removing land from the agricultural land reserve. I do have a little bit of experience in applying for non-farm use because I run a farm, my other job. My concern with this is it does leave Cold Creek Park vulnerable to development in the future. Even though it is still a municipal park, I don't believe there's a covenant on the land to protect it from that. So I'm just curious as to why we wouldn't have gone, like, was surprised to see it on our agenda, to be honest. I would have thought that we would have applied for non-farm use first. And if that was denied, maybe it would have come back to council. So I'm just curious why we wouldn't look at applying for non-farm use first. I understand, and it says in the report that, you know, if we do that and it's denied, then we potentially risk having to deconstruct a few things. So I just want a little bit more clarity on that. And, you know, this, to me, I have a really hard time supporting it. Just full transparency.
So my understanding in the initial discussions with the LC representative is that in this process, to fully realize the Cold Creek Management Plan would typically involve a full exclusion of the park. And that process could be the same application could be downgraded into a non-farm use for specific elements of that plan. But this is the best starting point for that discussion. That's my understanding.
Can I add a secondary question? Can you speak a little bit to the 0.8 hectares that is not included in the land reserve? Because it doesn't seem to be too far from the actual park itself. You know, so I don't really understand why we wouldn't have been looking at that area in the first place, maybe to construct washrooms there where we don't have to apply for any exception.
Yeah, that's certainly an option. And I believe that would involve amending the plan and sort of refiguring out what could go where in that smaller area.
Okay, thank you.
It's just my understanding, looking at the map, that it's all ALR. That's what it shows on the map.
There's a section of it. If
really?
maybe we could bring the map up, but there is 0.8 hectares that is close to this Cecil block.
Oh yeah, the parking lot,
Or,
right?
yeah.
Ah, okay.
It's by the big sequoia tree. There's a big
Okay.
sequoia tree there.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I did see that parking lot. I was, okay, thanks.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I lost you. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Day, please. Then Councillor Grove, then Councillor Ward.
Thank you. So, yeah, I have the same concerns. There's a lot of protection through the ALR there is protection as park as well. I mean, in order to take it from a park to becoming a development, there would have to be a referendum. But the history of the park itself is lengthy. Aquatex Consulting held many public events through the early years after Colwood first incorporated, increasing the awareness of the ecosystem of the creek. And you know, that it's certainly been a community treasure. But it also was a failed development in the early 80s. And this was supposed to be the golf course that never happened. So that could be why part of it is not in the ALR, because it probably was somewhat of a consolidation at one point in time. I do have sincere concerns. And I also found that I was surprised by the cost of the washrooms. And I understand that the cost of the washrooms was largely driven by the lack of availability of a sewer connection, but if the washrooms were located closer to where the splash pad is, I think there is a sewer connection available there. So I'm sorry, but I'm just not comfortable with this recommendation. And I'd like to see it come back with more information. It's just how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Grove.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Likewise, given Colwood's dedication to food security and environmental retention, natural parks, stream health, et cetera, anything protected by the ALR is already a level of protection that's higher than much. And the notion that in 30 years we could perhaps have a very much different application and use for an open piece of land as it is, whether it's to reclaim it to forest or whether it's to use it for food generation. I just really feel badly about taking anything out of the ALR. It's under threat everywhere in the province, and you see little pieces getting pulled out here and there. The farm exemption on farm use, was it called? Non-farm use application would be the way I would think we should go first.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the proposal before us was to pull it out of the ALR and develop it, then obviously I'd be vehemently opposed to that, but it's not. It's for park use. It's to realize our park plan. I find it really hard to envision a future scenario within a reasonable time frame where we would look at it other than anything as park. Even allowing trees to grow, it's nature park. We preserve it as a park. So, you know, we'd have to have some post-apocalyptic scenario where we've decided that we need to grow food in every piece of arable land in Colwood. So I don't see it. It's a park. People want to use it as a park. We can complete the project, build the amenities if we forge ahead. We can protect it with a covenant. There's a lot of things we can do to make sure it stays a park. And I think it's not a farm. It's not going to be a farm. We don't use it for farm uses. So let's not get caught up in the name. And no one's proposing building on it. So anyway, I'm in the minority on it clearly, but it's a park to me and will stay a park.
Okay, no other comments. Can you put up the recommendation, please, the staff recommendation? Thank you, so everybody knows what. No, man, I just want to see it up though. So my question is, do I have anyone that wishes to make the motion and a seconder, please?
I would make the motion.
Okay, I'll second it. One else will. Further discussion. Further discussion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? We're the minority. It's a park. I want to keep it a park. Okay, all those opposed? That's the rest of everybody else. Thank you. Anyone want to make a different motion? Oh, Councillor Day, please. Sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to refer this or what, no, defer it because I don't know the date. I'll defer this until staff can come back with more information on, on alternatives to protect the park and provide amenities affordably. Well, meaning that I want the washrooms to be on sewer.
Jasmine, please.
I just want to clarify. So I'm trying to understand if council wants to still pursue the parks management plan that we have for Colwood Creek Park, or if you're looking for an alternative accommodation of what we can do under the regulations of the ALC. Kind of what options are we to work on or explore? I just want to understand so we come back.
Yeah, Councillor Day, please.
Thank you. I believe in the park management plan, but the difficulty with the park management plan is that the washrooms are extremely expensive and they're not on sewer. So I think that needs to be addressed, and then whatever, if we can get that, I don't know enough about it to know what to recommend in terms of an exemption to use it as park. What is that called? Non-compliant? Non-farm use. So I think the report that comes back to us should explain to us in order to stay under the Agricultural Land Commission, how do we massage the plan that we have?
Mr. Johnson.
Well, I find it hard to believe you can't have a dog run.
Please, Mr. Johnson.
The issue is the ALC has told us the intensification of the park goes beyond what's allowed and permissible under the ALC. What council has said, and what I've heard, is that you're not interested in an exclusion application. You're interested in determining whether a non-farm use could potentially work. We've heard from staff that there are different machinations we can look like. What I'd recommend is that council refer this back to staff to bring back what the options are with the ALC, not just an exclusion application, as to whether or not we can get that approval. Then we can talk about the washrooms after that, because that intensification from use won't be allowed with the current conditions. So my recommendation, if council is looking for additional information, is to refer this back to staff, to contact the ALC to determine what other applications are possible outside of an exclusion application to allow this non-farm intensification of the park.
Through the chair, you'd activated me there next. I just don't know if we're really thinking this through. I mean, everyone's being very agriculturally minded here and thinking land preservation, and it all sounds great on paper, but the cost to Colwood residents in terms of amenities, in terms of financial cost, you know, you lose a dog park, you lose washrooms potentially, you know, you lose the splash pad's gone, maybe the playground's gone. You can maybe, you know, they turn around and say, no, you can't do any of these things. And now we've got giant empty fields because you guys wanted to stand up and say, let's preserve farmland for the future. I mean, that's a hill you want to die on. That's great. But explain to the public what happens when those amenities disappear. I don't think it's being thought through in terms of ramifications. It sounds great on paper, but there's a very real cost here, both in terms of dollars and amenities, and taking the largest recreational park in our municipality and effectively wiping it off the map and leaving it just as green fields. Or you can grow out some hay, or you can grow trees. That's what you're talking about potentially. If they deny you using some of these things, they're certainly going to deny a number of these things here. I have some familiarity with the ALR. Like, they're not going to allow you to build a whole bunch of hardscape things. So it's going to cost us money. So give it some serious thought.
Thank you very much. And the other consideration is the time. ALC takes years to approve anything. So, Councillor Olsen.
Well, it takes 60 to 90 days typically to get an answer from them. But just to be clear, so if this is denied, we lose the ability to have the access as a dog park as well. I'm just trying to find a balance here. You know, if there's a way that we can place a covenant on the land, if that would help add another layer of protection, just from any future development.
My understanding is that the informal dog park as it currently exists it conforms. It's just like a green field, but as soon as we start, maybe a fence would be allowed, but any further development probably would be not allowed. But that would be probably need more information on that.
Okay, Councillor Grove.
Thank you, Mayor. So what confidence did you have that the ALR, who won't allow so much as a dog park, will even look at our exclusion application? I don't understand, from my understanding of the ALC, they'd simply deny it.
Mr. Johnson can answer that.
So what I'm hearing is what will probably be allowed. Well, we need some surety, right? So I think in terms of getting that information about what's permitted, what would currently be beyond that, we can have that conversation with the ALC and bring that information back to council with some surety, with what those applications look like moving forward. If you don't feel you have enough information to make the exclusion application today, we can get more surety about what they're requesting and have those conversations with their staff to bring that back to council.
So I think you were recommending a referral to staff to look at all the options and come back to council, correct? Yeah, there's nothing now. I'm getting tired. Okay, that's a great job. Can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Jordison. Deferred. Yeah, R-E-D. That's it, you got it. Seconder, please, Councillor Day. Discussion, seeing none, any opposed? See, it just record show Councillor Ward only opposes. We'll move on. Thank you. Tanner, you want to talk to us about sewer connection fee amendment proposal? It's pretty straightforward.
Evening room. Realizing it is late. There was a quick proposal, a few slides just to go around with the staff report. Just to recap, the staff recommendation was simply tonight that we make an amendment to the bylaw. Right now we're doing a fixed fee, and this bylaw recommendation would be to change those fees to at-cost construction. The purpose of that is some context around it, you know, to aid in realistically all we're looking to do is cover costs so that this sewer utility is self-funding. What we're finding now with the current fee structure is that we're consistently finding deficits. So what we're looking to do here is strive for cost recovery. Yeah, we can go ahead. We can move it along. Some of the triggers are just cost pressures for where we're seeing sewer is arterial and collector roadways. Road restoration costs are not being considered typically when we're looking at construction costs within the fee structure. We last looked at this in 2022, so things have continued to escalate in cost since then. So if we're not consistently updating that fee structure, then we're falling behind year by year.
Thank you very much. Second, please. Thank you, Councillor Olsen. Discussion. I just have one quick question. Yeah. So are you going to have this triggered so it happens every year then that you're reviewing?
So what the review would be, we could, but what the recommendation now would be to move it at cost is that we would not need to do that at each year, is that it would move along with construction costs because people would be paying what the cost is accruing. Yes.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand.
So it sort of self-solve that.
I'm going to call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. And last of all, Jenn, you're going to talk to us about the E-Comm policing dispatch services agreement.
Yes, and I'll preface this. I recognize what time it is. I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have. I would suggest that we refer to this as an interim services agreement with E-Comm. As the staff report before you outlines, we were initially presented with a draft 5-year agreement for consideration. As this council is well aware, we have been advocating for years now about the lack of I would suggest a number of things. The transparency surrounding the financial implications of this service, the lack of transparency surrounding who is receiving the service versus who is paying for this e-comm service. So what is before council tonight is we're looking for approval for a 9-month agreement that will see us through the end of this year. As you are aware, the province has directed an independent review of this dispatch service provider. We remain hopeful that this review will provide us with some additional information that will better inform our decision as we move forward with consideration of our policing dispatch for the community.
So actually, I was expecting an announcement last Friday because our MLA kept on sending me, texting me saying, oh, some good news. Minister Begg is gonna announce something. So it started, it was for last Tuesday, then Thursday, then Friday, then she went silent. I says, well, anything? She went, yeah, quiet, very quiet. So I don't know what's going on, but I understand this. My only question is, I just have a real simple, fast one that you can answer. What's the difference between 9/11, what we have now, and this next gen? They're both digital services, are they not? Do you know?
I certainly don't know the specificity.
Okay.
The next gen 911 is looking at definitely, I would suggest, far more technological advancements with respect to cell phone use.
Okay. Thanks. So do we have a motion on the floor yet? Okay. Councillor Day.
Thank you. So I will move the recommendation with a slight caveat that I would like to ask E-Comm to come and present to us why, as due to the RCMP report we just had earlier tonight, one of the safest communities in the West Shore is paying $493,500 through property taxation to provide for us to call them to report the no incidents happening in Colwood.
Okay, there's a second there. Thanks. Councillor Jensen.
Thank you, Worship. Next Gen 911, we've had discussions at Crest as well. Specifically, it will allow for you to text a 911 call, and it keeps getting pushed back because the complexities around that are unbelievable. And it will also apparently encompass like GPS functions too, where you could basically, the call taker will be able to understand exactly where that mobile device is on the planet. And there's a few features there. The problem is that the technology it's there, but it hasn't gotten to a point where it can be delivered en masse to that point. And we should all fear, I mean, it sounds great conceptually, but it's going to be a nightmare. It's not a call taker vetting a call that comes in with a voice call. It's just text message, random text messages from people, and the poor call taker receiving that, or potentially the AI for that matter, for all I know.
Sounds like a lot of money. That's all I can tell you.
And staff time. Wait till they have ask for staff to sit and receive those digital 911 calls on text message. Thank you.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. Any other discussion on this? Sorry, can I'm going to call the question right now. Is there a problem here?
I just wanted to ensure it was captured correctly.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
5%. My late night editorial.
Okay. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Motion for adjournment, please. Any two you want to pick? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Thank you. We're finished.